Senate will come back to order. Messages from the House.
The following messages are dated February 19th, 2026. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House as amended by the votes indicated. Message number 123, House Bill 19, Corner Crossing Clarification, ayes 32, noes 28, excused 2. Message number 124, House Bill number 23, Participation in 6 through 12 activities, ayes 57, noes 3, excused 2, signed Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
All right, reports from standing committees.
Mr. President, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom was referred Senate File 118, Eminent Domain Water Projects, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Ide, Love, McEwen, Pearson, excused Senator Craigo, signed Senator Ide, Chairman. Mr. President, dated February 19th, 2026, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 111, Select Committee on Gaming, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Driscoll, Garou, Larson, Salazar, excused Senator French, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman. Mr. President, dated February 19th, 2026, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Land and Water Resources, to whom was referred House Joint Resolution 2, Federal Mineral Royalties State Share, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Voting aye, Senators Ide, Love, McEwen, Pearson, excuse Senator Craigo, signed Senator Ide, Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody know where the majority floor leader went? Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have privilege of the floor?
Yes, sir, and take as long as you want and see if you can stall for a little bit.
Okay.
All right.
That's great. I would like to introduce to you, to my fellow senators, another great bunch of students from my alma mater, Cheyenne East High School. Today we have with us the 9th through 12th grade government classes from Cheyenne East High School International Baccalaureate Program. And with them today is Rick Simoneo and their teacher, Erica Metheny. So please give a warm welcome to the students from East High.
All right.
Go Thunderbirds.
All right, welcome Cheyenne East High to the Senate. Any more privileges? Madam Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business of consideration of bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator Schuler, please come take the chair.
Trying to get the chair a little.
There you go.
Thank you. All right, committee of the whole, please come to order. We're back at it, folks. Our first bill for consideration would be, let me grab it right here. Senate Joint Resolution 009. Will the reading clerk read it?
Senate Joint Resolution 009, Keeping Public Lands Protected and Decisions Local. A joint resolution requesting Congress recognize the protection of Wyoming's freedom of access to public lands, sponsored by Senator Barlow, was referred to Committee Number 1. which we referred it to committee number 6. They do pass recommendation, voting aye, Senators Boner, Hicks, Jones, Landon, and Schuler, signed Senator Landon, Chairman.
Hey, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator London?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate Joint Resolution 9, keeping public lands protected and decisions local. Madam Chairman, I would ask that you call on Senator Barlow for an explanation of the bill.
Senator Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the Senate. Thank you. It's just a week ago that this bill was introduced, the Senate Joint Resolution, so I'll just remind you briefly what the intent is. This resolution is from the Wyoming Legislature requesting Congress recognize how important public lands are to us. And I know that there's lots of whereases in this, but I'm going to go straight to the meat of the resolution. That we oppose any broad, indiscriminate land sales or exchanges of these public lands. That we request that the voices of local communities are affected, such as what we try to do with our Rock Springs RMP and the Buffalo RMP and other things. That we do support responsible, locally aligned adjustments, disposals, and exchanges under existing laws when they demonstrate benefited public access, natural resource use, and community benefit. And that we certainly support federal funding and state support for the agencies who are responsible for these lands. Now, I could go into more about what I've learned as I've crisscrossed across the state and some of the whereases, and certainly we can wordsmith things, but I think it's probably most profound to actually share some of the stories that were heard in that committee that reviewed this bill. So I'm just going to give you 3-4 stories that were heard, and it's kind of some of the key words that came out of their testimony. This was a school teacher, 17 years from a school in the south central part of the state. This is what was said. Public lands allow students to see wild places, do hard things, overcome fears, and challenge themselves physically and mentally. A physical therapist who said, no one comes to physical therapy so they can get back on the couch. Public lands are the best medicine I have found. A Trona miner from Southwest. The outdoors have shaped me, second only to my faith. Cody students sharing a story where they work and recreate and meet people who come here to do the same things, appreciating, loving this outdoors and the public lands that define so much of Wyoming. So, ladies and gentlemen, public lands are our heritage, they're also our posterity. I'd ask you to support this joint resolution and be glad to stand for any questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Questions for the sponsor? No questions. Are you ready for the question? Okay. All those that are in favor of Senator Landon, hang on, I'll find it. All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate Joint Resolution 009, please say aye. All those opposed, no? Okay, Senate Joint 009 resolution has passed the Committee of the Whole.
Next bill for our consideration, Senate File 81. Reading clerk.
Senate File 81, K through 12 Public School Finance 2, an act relating to K through 12 public school finance, sponsored by the recalibration, referred to committee number 4, which returned a due pass recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Brennan, Olson, Rothfuss, Schuler, and Scott. Signed Senator Schuler, Chairman. Referred to committee number 2, which returned a due pass recommendation. Voting aye, Driscoll, French, Garou, Larson, Excuse Senator Salazar, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Schuler?
There, though. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 81 do pass. And I'm going to turn the time over to our co-chair of the Recalibration Committee, Senator Salazar.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable members, this is the recalibration bill. I know you have all read the 140 some odd pages, but I do want to give you a kind of 30,000 foot view of what exactly your recalibration committee did. Senate File 81 is the product brought forth by the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration that forwards recommendations to recalibrate the Education Resource Block Grant model K through 12. Recalibration is a requirement of Wyoming Statute 21-13-309 and has been directed by the Wyoming Supreme Court to take place not less than every 5 years. Let me go over the intended original version of this. The bill that you have before you increases funding for Wyoming school districts totaling about $157.1 million over the next 2 years. $54.8 million in fiscal year 27 and $102.3 million in fiscal year 28. It increases teacher instructional resource funding by $65 million in fiscal year 27 and adds 71 teachers positions compared to the current K through 12 funding model. Average model teacher salary increased by 12% to $70,560 compared to the current average model teaching salary at 4% higher than current school year actual average teaching salaries, which is $67.859. It forwards almost the entirety of the legislature's school finance consultants' recommendations. It diverges in the following areas, however. First, there's smaller average elementary and middle school class sizes, provides additional minimum teachers for small schools and grade bands, uses the prior year teaching student count of average daily membership, the ADM, with a maximum decrease of 5% as opposed to the greater of the district's 3-year average or prior year ADM. Provides additional funding for the regional cost adjustment outliners. $185 a day for substitute compared to $261 day recommended. No instructional materials for summer school or ELL students. Maintains technology costs at $250 at the ADM, and implements consultant recommendation for elementary counselors, nurses, and pupil support in fiscal year 28. It's 1 year, $5 million for mental health grants. So looking at the larger policy changes, this bill mandates school districts to participate in the state health insurance plan and provides the necessary staff and funding for EGI beginning in fiscal year 28. Prohibits school districts from transferring or expending education resource block grant dollars on capital construction and major maintenance. It counts 50% of school district investment revenues as a state revenue and limits superintendent compensation paid by school districts. Finally, honorable members, the Select Committee will continue its study in the summer, in the interim of 2026, to study mental health, technology, school safety, and school nutrition programs. Mr. Chairman, that is in a nutshell what this bill does and what it doesn't do. And I know we have a standing amendment, but that is in a nutshell what this bill does. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping it in the nutshell. Who else? Further discussion on Senate File 81? Further discussion? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to address the standing committee amendment, so can we have that read in?
Please read it in, reading clerk.
Senate File 81, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, corrected copy, page 1, line 7.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 81 and ask the body's favorable consideration. Mr. Chairman, we obviously have heard a lot of thoughts and concerns related to the bill draft that we have before us right now, Senate File 81. We listened to stakeholders, we took a lot of public testimony, a lot of input, and through the Education Committee then, we tried to address the concerns that were raised, and that's what leads to the development of this standing committee amendment that we have before us. It tries to go through and address most of the issues, if not all of the issues, that you've received constituent calls and emails and text messages about. I think this puts it in a very good position and certainly assuages most of the concerns that are out there, although it probably doesn't accomplish everything that everyone is asking for, which is always hard to do through legislation. So looking at what it does, I'm going to stay at a high level also, although I'm happy to point to specific language or details if there are any questions. As we look at the specific aspects of the amendment, the first thing that it does is provides additional middle school elective teachers up to 33 1/3% of core teachers, an increase from 20%. So these are your CTE teachers, your band teachers, et cetera, and this is what we currently do under law. So this is returning from the evidence-based model, the consultant's recommendation, to existing statute. And that was one of the cuts that led to concerns, because the idea of scaling back these core concepts in these elective programs in the middle schools was of great concern. So it restores that to the existing funding level. It provides for a minimum of 17 teachers for each school district. This was a concern related to our small school districts, where we had some that, through the model calculations, were finding that they were losing too many teachers just based on how the calculations would change. So in establishing this minimum of 17 teachers for small school districts, we've taken care of those concerns. The way the legislation is currently drafted, it adopts the evidence-based model recommendation for elementary nurses and elementary counselors after a 1-year delay. This amendment adopts the evidence-based model immediately. So in the next school year, we adopt that. So it just moves that forward, and at the same time, it eliminates the $5 million mental health grant, which the original select committee was using to bide time over that year. And the education committee decided we should just start with the constitutional-based, evidence-based approach, and then we can continue to study it, but we'll just start with an answer that we know is going to be constitutional. The next change that we see is the model ADM. As the good chairman mentioned, Senate File 81 takes the existing statute, which is an ADM calculation of the greater of last year's average daily membership or the 3-year rolling average of that average daily membership. In changing that through Senate File 81 to just last year, so the immediate preceding year, a lot of districts were very concerned because it doesn't allow reflection of declining enrollment. And what ends up happening is you hire your teachers or RIF your teachers in April, and you haven't even seen your enrollment numbers until October. So that was a bit challenging, and the amendment provides a compromise. It goes to a 2-year average ADM as opposed to the 3 years. So it's not quite what we've got in statute now, but it improves it, and that's something, again, the districts were asking for, and there was a great deal of concern. You've definitely gotten emails about it. The next change through this amendment is a change to teacher salaries, the average teacher salary. In Senate File 81, it is at 79.1% of the comparable occupation wage for the state of Wyoming, as calculated by our consultants. This amendment increases that to 85% of comparable occupations. And at the same time, we'll see in a moment that it's going to change how we do some calculations related to funding our health insurance. And those two are effectively going to offset in their price. So I'll get back to that in a moment. But as we reset those teacher salaries, in increasing the teacher salaries, recall that there's an instructional silo. The instructional silo is cordoned off so that it is funding specifically for direct instructional activities. That's your teacher salaries, your instructional facilitators, your tutors, your summer school, your extended day programs. All of these are in what we call an instructional silo, and it's effectively categorical within that silo. You can use the funds for any type of education, any type of teaching, but you can't use them for other types of programs. As we move to this and inject a rather substantial amount of additional funding into it by giving teacher salary increases so that we can hire all of the teachers, the concern is that that would cause unintentional immediate inflation, self-inflicted inflation. So one of the other amendments that we have before us includes a requirement that school districts establish an instructional reserve account for unexpended instructional funds, and then provides a mechanism to spend that, and directs salary schedules for districts be preserved but aligned to the greater of the average salary for each school district in the K-12 funding model, or 105% of current average teacher salary paid by the school district. That's for the next 3 years. So that's very complex, very in the weeds, but the intent there is to avoid what happened in 2005. There was an intense influx in salaries available for teachers, but those teachers could not be hired rapidly enough because the market did not provide availability. So those teacher salaries went up beyond market, and then you couldn't hire the teachers because you didn't have the funds available. So in an effort to learn from experience, we're trying not to do that again 20 years later and putting in a mechanism that would allow a steady increase. The next aspect of the amendment is a further delay of the mandate on switching all educators to the EGI, the employee group insurance for the state. Recall that under Senate File 81, there's a 1-year delay and a partial study done by the Wyoming Department of Education. The Education Committee, after significant stakeholder additional input, decided to delay that 1 additional year and do a full actuarial study through employee group insurance so that we can understand what the impacts, the ramifications, the costs, and the desirability of it would be before that goes into effect. Mr. Chairman, the next thing that it does, as I mentioned, it modifies for the next 2 years how the health insurance payments are made to the district. Right now, you may all recall that we multiply the number of FTEs provided to the district by the state health plan annual cost of the preceding year, and then we provide that as a block grant to the school districts. With this amendment, it changes that such that it is on an actual basis how many employees utilized health insurance last year, and we multiply that by the state employee group insurance premiums, and we distribute that out to the districts. So it's not quite an actuals basis because remember, they don't all utilize the employee group insurance, but it isn't paying for FTEs that are not being utilized by the districts. And that is a significant amount of money, but it basically offsets the amount of additional salary that is provided into the model. So those two roughly cancel. And Mr. Chairman, the final aspect of this amendment is an important new creation of a $10 million annual grant program to pay for dual enrollment courses for all Wyoming high school students, whether at community colleges or the university, with no limit on the number of courses. So that is a reimbursement-based categorical grant addressing concerns where different school districts are providing different levels of opportunity for dual enrollment. And this basically says, make sure that you're giving full access to dual enrollment for all high school students. You'll be reimbursed for that. And if it succeeds the amount of money in the pool, the $10 million annual grant, then it would be on a pro rata basis, but there would still be the obligation for all schools to provide that. Mr. Chairman, that's the high-level walkthrough of all of the changes that were brought through the Education Committee's standing committee. I'm happy to go into the weeds further if there's any questions or point to specific aspects of the amendment itself, if there's desire to do that. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on the standing committee amendment. If there are none, I'd call for the question.
Discussion on the standing committee amendment. Discussion. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and I will say at the outset, I'm going to talk about both the bill as a whole and the standing committee amendment. You can't really separate them. And I would like to start by extending my compliments to the recalibration committee and all the members that are here and all the members on the other side. I think the recalibration committee, Mr. Chairman, did just a superb job of dealing with something that we have been unable to deal with for some number of years, and something that we have to deal with in order for our school finance system to continue to function properly. So that's the first thing I'd say is I think the underlying recalibration bill here is very good. Now, I will say I have one quarrel with one piece of it, and I'll get to that in a minute. Let's think now about the proposed amendment. And let me say at the outset, Mr. Chairman, clearly we can afford at the current time the proposed amendment. The state of Wyoming did very well last year with its permanent funds, extraordinary returns off the stock market. The funding that we have available in this biennium is extraordinary, Mr. Chairman. So we can afford what they're proposing to do. And the question comes, are the proposed changes that you're seeing before you here, are they a good idea? Because these changes, we're talking some very real money here. I understand the second year with the amendment would add a total of 157, I believe it is, million a year to the expenditure here, and that is a very big number. If we spend money without good purpose, we are eventually, because we cannot expect every year to get the kind of income we got, Mr. Chairman, from our permanent funds. Stock market won't go up that much every year, it just doesn't. We can get ourselves in trouble with the spending in this education area, both in this side and what's not before us, the capital construction side. We can get ourselves in real trouble that will force those of you that are here in the future to vote for a big tax increase. So we're having a big increase with this amendment. That increase will go on and will grow every year from now on as we try to keep up with inflation. This is not a one-time expenditure. This is a permanent expenditure. Mr. Chairman, we have major difficulties in our K-12 education system. The same calibration consultants 5 years ago criticized us for not getting our money's worth from particularly the previous big increase we had. It pointed out that almost half of our students were not learning how to read well enough, Mr. Chairman. Not learning how to read well enough to participate as adults in the high-tech economy we're building. And that's a potent indictment. It did point out we do a little better than the rest of the states, although it's not that much better, Mr. Chairman. But the consultants pointed out that most people think that the performance of the American public school systems in general is not adequate. And we're seeing a lot of evidence that that is true. If the increases in spending that are proposed by the standing committee here, if I thought those were going to solve that particular problem, Mr. Chairman, I'd be up here saying, look, we got to spend it because we need better performance. But frankly, Mr. Chairman, I can't see, and maybe they can convince us, but I can't see where the proposed increases in this amendment are going to help the performance of our schools at all. We've been looking for the past few years, trying to figure out why our schools aren't doing better. And we see very mixed results, Mr. Chairman, among the districts. Some are doing pretty well, some are awful, and a lot are just poor. If we were going to get at that and fix it, and the best we can determine when we look at it is it looks like it's the priorities of the local school board and the local management of the schools. If they put as a committee, the Joint Education Committee of the past 4 years, 5 years now, has heard from a lot of the school districts, particularly the successful ones, saying, what are you doing right? And what they're doing right is paying a lot of attention to individual students, which you can do, a school district can perfectly well do within the current funding. We have to keep up with inflation, but within the current funding, you can perfectly well do it, and a number of our districts are proving that they can do it, Mr. Chairman. And a number of the districts, the priorities are creating a sports empire or a bureaucratic empire, and that's what they're doing. And that's a management thing. I don't see this amendment changing any of that. I don't think this amendment, you can do a very good job with the funding we have right now. Again, you have to keep up with inflation, but the bill as a whole does that. The increase is 54 million, I believe, in the first year, larger increase in the second year. There's significant increases in this recalibration. It's one of the reasons we need to pass the recalibration, Mr. Chairman. And so for those reasons, I am against the spending increases that are in this budget, that in this amendment that's proposed. Frankly, I don't like the other part of it, which is with regard to the insurance using the state system. And I'm convinced for a number of reasons, which we'll talk about in the future, that where a study may be a good idea, it's a bad idea to commit us to do that and commit first and study it second to see if they can justify it. There's some real problems with going with the state system, which we have made, frankly, quite rich, because that appeals to a number of our constituents. And what we're asking you to do is have a bigger block of constituents there. And I think we're asking to get in trouble. So for all those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I want to speak against the standing committee amendment. Frankly, with the speed with which this was done in committee, because we got the bill late because it was supposed to start elsewhere, we didn't have the time to work it adequately in committee. Did not expect to be talking about this today. I'm not prepared to divide the amendment, and there's some advantages to dealing with it on second reading. Because there are concepts here we need to look at separately. It's a big enough spending measure. There's some virtues in putting us on the record as to who will be responsible for the future tax increase that I think ultimately will occur if we pass this sort of thing. So, Mr. Chairman, just on and against the amendment, I suspect one way or another we'll deal with it on second and third reading.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Others to speak to, I'll go with Senator Dockstader and then Senator Boner. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm getting my money's worth out of my districts and much more. It's time to change this. It's time to up it for the schools. It's time to step up and get this done. This is a good approach. I commend the committee for their work. There are some changes that are needed. I do have a question, Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman. So if we set aside some unspent salary, where's the accountability with the rest of it? Will there be some accountability for those extra dollars? And I'm approaching not only the amendment, but the bill as a whole. So as you collect your responses here, your questions, the responses to these questions, put that in there and give us a response. But we're long overdue in getting something done for our schools. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And it is in order to talk to both because the amendment is so broadly distributed through the bill, so your comments can be broad. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment, I appreciate the handout here. And just so we're clear, I'm not sure if we went over it publicly. We're talking about moving from the original bill of a 4.1% increase to what this committee amendment would be more like 8.7%. But, going through some of the individual school districts and how they're affected, I know that there's at least 4 that actually have a reduction with the amendment. Fremont 6, Lincoln 1, Niobrara 1, Weston 7 seem to be getting less with the amendment. Just a little bit of discussion as to why that would be. I know this is a very complex formula, and you never know what's going to happen when you try to redistribute all this cash and statute. So just a little bit of discussion as to why there seems to be a wide variance of how some of these school districts are treated with the amendment. Just a little bit more discussion as to why that is.
Thank you, Senator Boner. Anyone else on the bill or on the amendment? Senator Schuler, and then we'll go to Senator Taft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Love, excuse me.
Oh, do you want to go to him first?
Nope, I just wanted to get his correct name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really, the amendment has come forth. We met all summer long, and right up until January, trying to come up with a bill that would be a win-win for everybody. I mean, every 5 years, we're required to do this. We're required to assess school funding and see whether or not we're staying up with inflation. And obviously, we know how much inflation's gone up, so we know our materials and supplies have gone up, and our teachers are taking home less. And a lot of our, bus drivers, nutrition folks, I mean, everybody, they have less in their pockets. So we really wanted to take a look at that. We kind of focused in on teacher salaries, and, the actual average teacher salary was $67,859, and we were gonna go up to $70,560, which was a nice raise for most of the people, not everybody. We have a few districts, like the Jackson District, Pinedale, a few of the others, who have had to bump up theirs because of where they live, and the regional cost adjustment helps out a little bit. But when we started kind of thinking about it and hearing from a lot of teachers and a lot of administrators, a lot of people around the state, we felt like we needed to maybe rebase that a little bit. So this new salary ask is rebased on 85% of the market value. So it gives teachers a little bit more in their pocket. It gives really everybody. Sometimes people forget this is not just about teachers. Everybody in the district should get a raise, unless you're in one of those districts that I just mentioned. I really like the fact that maybe we'll be able to keep more of our teachers in the state. Maybe we'll be able to entice more teachers to come to Wyoming. We do have shortages in some places. We have some hard to fill positions, especially in some of the specialty areas. And so what we found was that all the states around us but one, I believe it was South Dakota, were paying their teachers better than we were. So, and they're pretty smart. Utah, particularly on my side of the state, they've been grabbing our teachers and, for years, and we just haven't done anything about it. So it was high time that we did. And so that was really one of my focus areas, was to make sure that our teacher salaries were where it needed to be. Now, the consultants on class sizes, we didn't mention that in the amendment, but I'll just briefly mention it quickly, that we did adjust that a little bit from what the consultants talked about. And they said they had no data to really support that it would have any kind of a negative impact if you kept 25 to 1 on 4th grade through 12th. And I disagreed with them. I said, you can take all the data you want, but it wasn't acceptable. So I was really glad that our committee got on board and we compromised and we came up with the 22 to 1, at least 4 through 8, which I think was a good catch. Our substitute teachers are in the same boat as teachers. There's a lot of times teachers end up teaching during their preps, and sometimes even the administrators end up subbing, because whenever there's a lot of activities going on, whether it's regional or state activities, there's just not enough teachers to go around. And so I'm glad that we bumped that up a little bit. There's the issues with categorical. I won't talk about that right now, but there were some issues there. But I think the bottom line is we're with the ADM and with the increased teacher pay, with some of the other things that we talked about. I'm not going to go through all of them, but some of those things I think will put more money in the pockets of everybody in the school districts. And really, let's think about it. Our schools are the backbone of our community, especially in these small schools, small towns. The school is where everything's happening. And if we get to a point where we start, and we are losing enrollment, there is no doubt about that. And so to the good senator from Bates Creek, I think one thing that you might see is you're not going to see an increase, I don't think, every year, because our CRUs will start to go down. Our classroom units will start to go down because we are seeing decreases across Wyoming. So I think we may see something that might balance that out a little bit. But I think what we did on the committee was try to find a happy medium, to try and convince everybody that we're taking into account inflation. We're going to try and help our teachers to be able to stay in Wyoming and also recruit teachers from these other states, and then hopefully keep them here. We're providing more money for instructions and supplies. And then, of course, the good senator from the Crystal Palace talked about what we're doing with nurses in elementary and the 17 teacher minimum in our small schools. The insurance, as I've mentioned to more than one of you, has been an issue that I've kind of struggled with. And because we just didn't have enough data, I didn't really feel comfortable, supporting that. I think by having this extra $150,000 to give our EGI folks the ability to go in and find out the information we need to find out, what's it going to cost us if all the school districts do go over? What's it really going to, is it going to save money? Is it going to cost money? Is it going to crash the system, the state plan, by bringing 30,000 more people on? I mean, on and on and on. There's just too many questions that were unanswered for me. So I think by doing this delay, I really feel good about that, because it gives us some time to get the data. And I think even our A&I director, I think she was even a little nervous about it. That's the impression I got during testimony on our committee. So if she's nervous, it makes me even more nervous than I was before. So I think, the things that we've done with the amendments, I think it gets us sort of where we need to be. And it may not be perfect. Like I said, I've never met a perfect bill yet. But I think you're going to find it's going to make a lot of people happier than they were. Because I don't know about the rest of you, but I was getting a lot of, not just emails, texts, phone calls. In fact, sometimes I was getting them clear at midnight, and I just happened to be awake at midnight, so I would call, who's this? And if it's a teacher or administrator. It's like, wow, I'm glad you're a night owl too. But there were a lot of people around the state that weighed in on this. And so I really think the committee did a great job. I think the recalibration committee did a great job, and I think this amendment just is kind of like the icing on the cake. And with that, I would vote for that amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Schuler. Senator Salazar. Then we'll
Thank
go
you,
to Senator Rothfuss next. Go ahead, Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make some real brief comments. I want the floor to know that the work continues on recalibration in the interim of 2026. Other additional issues are going to be discussed and looked at intently. I will tell you this, that as we were going through this process, always there was the invisible shadow of the state Supreme Court looking at us. That never left me. We worked in a bipartisan manner. We had unanimity. And with regard to the cost, we'll talk about it now and in the future. But I do remember a very famous president who was coming home from an arduous conference in 1945, and he said, I didn't say the result was great. I said it was the best I could get. And so that is where we're at today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to go back and address some of those points, and I appreciate the discussion. I want to start with the good tall senator from Bates Creek and his discussion about how do we get to the priorities. Well, I think that is an important point. So the reason we ended up with unanimity on the select committee in the interim was that early on, the conversation was around what can we really do to improve education in the state of Wyoming? What could we be doing better? And everyone agreed on the idea, if we could just get more resources into the classroom, get more teachers in the classroom, really focus on ensuring that our teachers were enabled and empowered to do what they do best, that we'd have an effect. And knowing that those classroom teachers have the most significant effect size on educational outcomes. So getting high quality teachers, making sure we've got small classrooms, that seemed like something that we could all get behind. Well, Mr. Chairman, we know that the model in the past has traditionally been funded very well. But over time, we've gotten to the point where we're not fully funding the teachers in the classroom. We don't have enough salary for the districts to hire all of the teachers that we intend for them to have. So on paper, we have small class sizes, on paper. But in the classrooms, we don't actually have that small of class sizes because we just don't have the money in the classroom, so to speak, to get enough teachers. Well, with the amendment, and to a lesser degree with the bill, the purpose was to get it to the point where there's no reason not to hire all of the teachers. So the educational silo, the instructional silo is created so that the only thing you can spend that money on is teachers and instruction. And then the objective was, all right, well, let's fill it up first, right? Let's start by filling it up with enough money to hire all of the teachers. So we figure out what that salary needs to be, and that's why we're at 85% now through the amendment. We're getting it to the point where it will effectively fill and provide sufficient resources to hire all of those teachers. The difference is 1,400 teachers. 1,400 is what we're shooting for. That's a heck of a lot of teachers, Mr. Chairman. And that's the idea. So to the good tall senator, I do hope and think that this amendment and this bill will improve exactly what we're trying to improve. Because if we get to the point where we shift the emphasis on where the spending is done to the classroom first and make sure that we're hiring all of the teachers that we want to hire, then it will make a difference. We know it's the greatest effect size, and we do expect positive outcomes. So that's the objective. That's why we ended up with unanimity. That's why everybody got behind it, getting behind the idea of ensuring that we have sufficient resources to hire all of the teachers we need and let the model actually try to work. It's never done what it's supposed to do before. We've never funded it sufficiently to carry the model out. And at this point, moving forward with the amendment, there will be enough resources there to carry out the model. And in fact, I think it's important to note that with the amendment, we do get just above the evidence-based model recommendation. So there's enough resources there to carry out the evidence-based model, which is our constitutional obligation. We know we're in constitutional territory if we get to that level. So I think it's important to think that through. I do agree with the good, tall senator from Natrona County. We need to make sure that we're implementing an effective model. We've just never had the model sufficiently structured to carry out that purpose. To the good senator from the western part of the state, my friend who was wondering about accountability on the instructional silo reserve account, there's language in statute that says that that reserve account has to basically be used for the same thing the instructional silo would be used for. And the idea here is you might have too much money to be able to spend in the first year, which is kind of an interesting concept. And the reason for that is you might not be able to hire up all of the teachers consistent with the model in that first year if you're one of the districts that's very much behind. My district, for example, needs about 50 teachers. That's quite a few teachers. So if you can't hire up quickly enough, do we want the district to just spend the money on something and figure out what to spend it on and burn it at the end of the year? Or do we want those dollars to truly go to the classroom? So the creation of that instructional reserve account says, all right, well, if you don't spend them sensibly in the first year, it's okay. You set it aside and you'll have those funds available. If there's a downturn and you lose FTEs, you can smooth that downturn. So it actually helps support that 3-year ADM to 2-year ADM shift because you'll probably have some reserve funds that can be built up. It also might provide you with some incentive to provide some bonuses to bring in teachers from elsewhere. But the idea is not to be competing within the state of Wyoming for the resource and drive up the salary prices beyond the targets. And then the final point to good senator from over on the eastern side of the state, Central East, about some districts getting less. Well, I would note that even after the amendment, to be clear, there is no district that gets less total resources than they get under state law. That's not a thing. But what the good senator is pointing out is there are a small number of districts that actually end up with slightly less after the amendment than before the amendment. And the reason for that is the ghost teacher concept and the fact that we're not paying for the health insurance. So for most districts, as we increase the salary, it's going to lead to an increase in the funding to that district. For a few districts that might have a significant shortage on their teachers relative to what the model is providing, until they hire those teachers, they might be behind a little bit because of the insurance funding that goes into it. So it is an incentive. It is not a bug. It is a feature. It basically says you need to hire up and get your teachers so that you can actually get that health insurance. It'll move it forward. And they're still provided the additional salary, and if they hire additional teachers, then they can incrementally grow towards that. So again, I do understand that there's a small number that are struggling with that. We could fix it. We could definitely spend a few more dollars and fix that. But at the end of the day, I don't know that we want to fix it, Mr. Chairman. I think it's an interesting debate because what we want is for all of those teachers to be hired. And when they're hired, that problem has resolved itself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I've addressed all the questions so far. I'm happy to answer more as they come.
Thank you. I owe Senator Love the spot. Senator Love.
Thank you, Chairman, through you. I want to thank everybody on the recalibration committee. You guys have done awesome work. You spent a lot of hours and a lot of time and a lot of effort into this, and it might be the best attempt in a dozen years of education I've been watching pretty closely that we've gotten to where we need to be. The study came back showing us being a couple $100 million short of what we needed to be funding. And with the amendment, and I am on and for both the bill and the amendment, we're actually funding in excess by about $15 million. And so we're providing more for the first time, maybe in my memory, that has ever happened as far as cash flow. We've rearranged the way we're doing it by looking at insurance in a different way through direct reimbursement to the actual FTEs hired, where before we funded them based on the model FTEs. And so if your district had 150 FTEs in the model, we paid insurance on 150 FTEs. They only hired 130. They still got the money for 150. This time around, we're only paying for the FTEs that actually got hired. So then I'm going to take another crack at the senator from central Wyoming, central eastern Wyoming here. Some of the ones you're seeing that are negative in the actual teacher column, which I assume that's what you're looking at, are the number of FTEs that are reduced. There's a half a dozen negatives in there. Those are like Fort Washakie, Arapahoe. So there's called federal impact aid, where they actually hire more teachers than what the model allows for. And it's because of the reservation and their proximity to the reservation and the number of students there. And so some of the negatives that show up on your sheet here are because of that. There's one here from Natrona 1 that is actually lower, and it's lower because they have 204 less ADM or less students than they have the previous year. And so that made it's $1.02 million difference in them. And that's the only school that had that happen in 1 year. The very next year, it went to an increase of $5.7 million. And so across the board, we see everybody doing much better. And the exciting part about this is that this is going to move the conversation from we were not funded to do adequately what we've been charged to do, to now we have funded you adequately. Let's see the results. And so it puts us more in the driver's seat than always playing from behind. And so for a lot of those reasons, I'm on and for the amendment. I think there are some things that we can do that might make it a little bit better. When you look at some school districts who are running 14,000 kids and 1,400 employees and a $300 million or $200 million budget, somebody in the private sector doing that would make a lot more than $225,000 a year. And so capping our superintendents, we might be handicapping our districts with finding the best leadership to run that size school district if we're looking for driven results, which is what I get out of the good tall senator from Bates Creek. So as we move through this process, we also need to be cognizant of what our responsibility is. And that's to fund it and create the expectation. We do not want to impugn any local control. That needs to stay with our school boards. They need to have the ability to do their job, and we need to fund them adequately so they have those resources. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Love. Any further discussion? Senator Steinmetz, still on the amendment or the bill? Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, wherever it fits, I'll trust the good committee to tell me that. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of questions after meeting with teachers and school boards before session. One, and I think we may have talked about this a little bit on the side conversation, but how will, I think it's called the steps and lanes work now? Because for teachers who have taken the initiative to go for higher education degrees, how will that work for them? That was something they were concerned about. And then the insurance mandate, I appreciate that we're, delaying that for a couple of years and doing a study and taking that back to where we're funding their current plan and the current enrollment. However, many people like their plan, don't want to change, and so there was some concern about the mandate, and I'm not a big fan of mandates, to be honest, myself, and so if we could just address why it would be better to have that looming over our heads rather than do the study and then possibly, if we find that it looks like it makes sense, do that. Why would we keep the mandate before we have the study, I guess, it would be the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Steinmetz. Further discussion? Further discussion? I'll go with Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I really would like to understand better the situation that prevails with the schools in my district on the Wind River Indian Reservation. It's a tough environment there, Mr. Chairman, and education is challenging. And I'd like to know how the model is working to deprive them of resources in this circumstance.
Thank you, Senator Case. Senator Dockstader.
If I'm reading this right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This mandate with insurance, so just look at my own district, and we're already second in the state, just behind our neighbors to the north. So if we go with this proposal, we get a 5% raise, but we're mandated insurance, so that's a loss of 20%. So basically, we're looking at a wash. I'm not seeing that we're gaining any ground. So I've got some serious concerns about this mandate on insurance. Probably look at an amendment as we move forward on that, but not seeing where we're gaining a lot of ground out west. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? Further discussion? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to answer the good senator from Star Valley, the beautiful Star Valley. Basically, the mandate is held off for 2 years, so you'll just have your own insurance. But I did have actually a couple of amendments ready to bring if we hadn't come up with something, because I really feel like that's a tough one. It was a tough one for me to deal with, because I'm like you, and I'm like the good senator over on the east side. I don't really like mandates necessarily, and like I said, I really think what will happen, or at least what I anticipate happening, is that once we get all the data back from EGI, and if we find out that it's really not cheaper, and we're going to end up spending more money, and premiums are going to be higher, maybe payouts are going to be lower. I mean, we don't know, but I would say that that's why the 2-year delay is so good, because we can go ahead and take that data, and I may not be on the committee, I may not be back here, who knows, but whoever's on that committee, they can say, well, listen, we've got the data now, so maybe we just need to delete that whole mandate. And they could do that. You could do it here as well, and leave in the data. I think we need to leave in the study one way or the other, but I just didn't have enough information on the insurance to feel good about, moving forward too fast. And so I'm okay with where we are with the delay. The question, some of the other questions, I think the steps, those won't be affected. They'll still be able to use their steps and lanes just like they always did. I don't know if that answered all the questions, but hopefully it did.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? We'll go with Senator Brennan first. Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple comments. I'll maybe try to answer some questions, and then the good senator from the Ivory Tower can probably do a better job at answering some of the questions than I can. First, I'll start with just some thoughts on the amendments and the recalibration in and of itself. And the phrase that came to mind as we've been discussing this is, put your money where your mouth is. We value our teachers and we value our children, and it was very purposeful, the whole committee of recalibration, to say we really want to make sure that these resources get to the classrooms and get to the teachers. And so we were very purposeful in trying to do that. And, thus we've created a silo. If you look at the Senate Education Committee, Standing Committee amendment, that was the priority of that. Most of the excess spending that you see in our committee amendment, it goes right back into the classrooms, to the teachers, with that 79.1% of comparable wages, that we go up to that 85% of comparable wages. And so we're really trying to get these to the teachers who impact the kids. And I think that's something very important that we did, and did very well. As far as the steps and the lanes, we've heard a lot about how schools can't do steps and lanes. They still can do steps and lanes. And the good senator from the Ivory Tower can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we spelled that out very clearly in the standing committee amendment, with then creating what we do with that excess money, saying you can still remain to have your steps and lanes, but even without that, nothing in the bill prohibits the steps and lanes. As far as the insurance piece has been a big debated topic. All of us have heard from our constituents, our districts, our teachers on the insurance and the insurance mandate. And I feel that it was really that the committee wanted to take a good look at putting teachers on the state insurance plan, realizing that there are some benefits to being on the state insurance plan, and that there might be some benefits to the state. As we dug into that, there was questions that we started asking that just, we weren't getting all the answers that we wanted. And so I really feel like in our standing committee amendment, that we do a really good job of balancing that insurance, where we're saying, we'll put a pause on the mandate. It's still there, but we're gonna pause it and do a study. And if we find that the study isn't there, then we can go back and we can change that piece. But it allows us to maintain this idea, but wait to get some data before we implement that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would just ask that you guys really take a good look at this standing committee amendment, vote aye on it. I think we take this from a good bill to a great bill with the standing committee amendment. And with that, I'll turn it over to somebody else.
All right, any further discussion? I think we'll just go to the standing committee amendment. Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Discussion on the standing committee amendment? All right, we're going to vote on it. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, Senate File 81, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 is adopted. We're back on the bill. We do have a committee of the whole amendment. If we'd like to read that in, please.
Senate File 81, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 47, line 7.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 81, and would ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is a product of something, having served on recalibration 5 years ago and watched this effort and over the years. And one of my frustrations was always is when I met with my school boards, particularly, because this puts a duty on the school board, was I got the feeling they really didn't understand what's in the resource block grant model, because they come as a block grant that goes through their administrative process, and they just see that they're going to spend so much here and there. And so this recalibration really put a fine point on this after I met with a number of my superintendents and school board members and stuff. It's became very apparent to me over the years that our school boards don't even know how the block grant model works. They just know they got a chunk of money, and then it goes into the main office of the school districts, and it comes out, and they vote on a budget and kicks it out. So part of this is trying to get to the effort to get it collectively within the state of Wyoming, so we can have a more focused discussion with our school district and those elected boards as to what's in there and how it's funded. So that's part of the component is to try to get that educational component into the school board. The second part of this is it's an annual report. And so you think about that recalibration effort. We wait 5 years before we go back and we say, where have we significantly, and we hire a consultant and it costs millions of dollars. And then we're surprised all of a sudden because we're way outside the model one place, or one place out of the way the current expenditures are going. Now, we do ECAs, that's just an inflationary cost, but we don't track really well. Now, there's a crew report, but it's at a very high macro level. What this would basically say is school boards, every year you need to provide the information as to where you're deviating plus or minus 7.5% from that resource block grant. So the utility of that, it starts to build a roadmap of data collection before we even get to recalibration. So you take that data and all of a sudden you see a 3-year trend in there, and it could be for something like certain grade teachers or bus drivers or something like that, and you start to see that deviate. We could actually correct that before we got into a recalibration effort. But what it'll do is it'll provide both that information for those school boards to say, okay, this is what's funded in the model. This is how we're spending. And as long as they're within that plus or minus 7.5%, they're fine. What it would require them is say, look, if we're spending more on superintendent salaries, above 7.5%, we're gonna have to report that and then explain why we're doing that. So it provides that opportunity to track that. On the other side of that, if they significantly start to go and we see that, that there's a number of districts or there's an overwhelming trend that all of a sudden they're just not spending their CET money, we know that's coming. And you can start to make adjust. And what you may find out that there's differences between small schools and big schools. We don't collect enough data on how the block model is funding and how those school districts are using it. So the idea here is partially as an educational component for those school boards to have to walk through that on an annual basis when they adopt a budget. But it's also data that's available to us in the legislature to say, where are we starting to deviate? What's going on with the 48 school districts out there? And if we start to see trends, then we could correct that before we even get to recalibration. So it provides information to make better informed decisions and an educational process, I think, for everybody involved. So it's a report, but it's supposed to have tremendous utility in that report, both as an educational function, but also as a roadmap as to where we're starting to see deviations by districts outside the models. And if we need to head something off quicker than recalibration, we'll have that data available. So, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions on the amendment. It is just a recording requirement, but if there is no questions, on and for the amendment.
Thank you. Discussion on the Committee of the Whole Amendment. Discussion on the Committee of the Whole Amendment. Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. A couple of thoughts, and I think there's a lot of good about this, but one thing I would note is that to a large degree, this is already done. It's not done quite how it says, but it is largely done. We have what's called the crew report through the Department of Education. The districts are required to report basically on a component basis their expenditures. And so we see that data, we see it aggregated. It gets presented to the Education Committee every year. And that's how we know, for example, that we've been down on teachers. We can dig into which districts. As a matter of fact, frequently we see it broken out on a district by district basis. So from the reporting side, it's actually done. What isn't necessarily done is districts kind of incorporating it into their budget process, because their budget process is independent from our funding model process. They don't necessarily align. They don't have the same subdivisions internally, which honestly kind of surprised me a little bit. I figured since we've got this funding model that they probably would have all those numbers when they're presenting their own budget, but they don't tend to do that. The one concern that I do have with the way this language comes down to the 7.5% deviation, and we'll take, for example, school level teacher resources. With the instructional silo that we're putting together, the idea is a teacher is a teacher, and you can use them in whatever capacity you want. And that's probably a good thing. So what it'll lead to is smaller classroom sizes than what we're actually modeling out right now, right? We've got 16:1 K3 in the bill as it's passed with the amendment, and then in 4 through 8, it is 22:1, and then in 9 through 12, it's 25:1. The expectation is that a district may want to buy those down, and they'll have the resources to do that, but they'll have the resources to do it by taking those positions, for example, classified as tutors or instructional facilitators, and reassigning them to be classroom teachers. There's really nothing wrong with that, but that might set off the 7.5% alarm, because you actually are shifting them from category to category. And it all depends on how they do it, too. They could shift it in a variety of ways. So I guess I have a concern that it will lead to some confusion on the teacher side of things. For other things like counselors and nurses and librarians, it probably won't be as tremendous. But I do have a concern that there's not quite enough flexibility written into it. It almost should be done by rule of WDE, setting out a procedure so that the reporting makes specific sense with this, which, again, Mr. Chairman, could probably be done in a later amendment. But I just wanted to call out those concerns that come to mind. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1. Further discussion? Further discussion. Senator Hicks, bring it home.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate those observations in there. The one thing that I would tell you that's different in this than what we currently get in the crew report, the crew report just reports the numbers. And so if you look at this, if they deviate past that 7.5%, which is fine, we're not saying you can't do it, it says you need to provide an explanation of why you're doing it. And it gets back to what my colleague from Albany County just said. If they're saying, look, we deviated by 7.5% and we just needed more teachers versus instructional people, we know why there's a deviation there. That's valuable information. And if you start to see those trends with that explanation, the crew report doesn't supply that. It just shows you where they've deviated from the salary. But Mr. Chairman, this is just a first cut, but I think it's a really, really important discussion, particularly when we as legislatures have to go back and meet with your school boards. It's going to provide a lot more clarity when we have these discussions as to what the model doesn't do. And there's nothing in here that precludes them under the current recalibration to move money. It just starts to build a roadmap. And again, the crew report will capture that, but there's no explanation as to why they're doing it. We don't know. And we wait 5 years to find out why they did something. So it starts to build that database. And if we see these trends, we may be able to make a correction in mid-course, or at least we know what's coming, or at least we're not spending additional millions of dollars on a consultant to go collect that data. It's already there. So I'm willing to work with anybody that wants to try to provide some amendments for this, but I think this is a very important discussion for you folks that are going to be here and do another recalibration. We're just trying to get a little more education out there and collect more data to make good decisions. So on and for the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Further discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1. Further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. Further discussion on Senate File 81. Senator Scott.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, want to talk a little bit in a recap of where I think we are. And let me start out by mentioning one issue that hasn't been mentioned. To make our school finance system work, we really do need to do one of these recalibrations on a periodic basis. Every 5 years, every 6 years, I don't think that matters too much, but we need to do it on a regular basis. And the last one that was really redone was 2005. I don't know what happened in 2010, 2015. That one was not successful. The 2021 was not successful. The 2021 had a complication. The Feds dumped a major COVID stimulus plan on it while we were redoing this, and nobody in the state of Wyoming understood the implications of what they did and what their requirements were. So that was a major complication. I don't know whether we'd succeeded or not, but the previous one, I believe, what happened, Mr. Chairman, in part was there were some school districts that had an interest in not seeing a recalibration because the regional cost adjustment had gotten out of whack and they were benefiting from it. And that is really unfortunate when that sort of thing happens. And there can be major differences between the two houses. I think one of the things we need to do in this bill, Mr. Chairman, I will propose an amendment to do so, is to put a sunset date in as a way of guaranteeing a bill will pass, because you will be unable to go home without one, and force the legislature to come to compromises in the future so that we get a recalibration. That's the classic way to force another bill through the legislature, and I think it'd be worth doing. So that is one thing I want to do, Mr. Chairman. Next thing I want to do is remove entirely the decision to go to the state employees plan. Study it, fine. Let's stick with what we've got now and not do the study with the answer already written in statute as to what we're going to do. So I think that's another amendment. That'll involve part of the standing committee amendment. And then I think it's going to be worthwhile taking a look at some of the parts of the standing committee amendment, if I can understand, and I'm going to work on it, what those key parts are and bring them so we can look at them separately, Mr. Chairman. I am concerned. It does look to me like the standing committee amendment is increasing the spending quite a bit without getting any improvement on the results that we're going to see with the underlying recalibration bill, which I continue to think was extraordinarily well done.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Further discussion on Senate File 81. Further discussion, seeing Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like some more help understanding of the impacts of the reservation schools. It doesn't make sense to me that the model works is producing a different result for them than it does for everybody else. And I wonder if there's a data problem, possibly involving the federal resources that those schools have, including impact tape. And so I hope someone will help me between now and the next reading to better understand that.
Thank you, Senator Case. I see Senator Scott rising. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, that's a reasonable request. And I've been looking at this and looking at the performance we've gotten there, which is usually below all the other districts, not always, but usually, and is definitely not satisfactory, Mr. Chairman. You are dealing, it's not a resource issue. The year I've looked, one of those reservation districts was the second best per pupil funded in the state. Another one was the third best per pupil funded in the state. And the other one, I think, was 14th best or something. Our funding model works in that it tries to put the money where the problems are, and there are clearly problems there, and so they're getting more money. So I don't think it's a problem of resources. Frankly, the best I can get is, and I've talked to some of the people from up there, it sounds like there are some cultural issues that need to be solved in being able to get attendance, get the community behind the schools, get a partnership between the community and the schools, and we aren't meeting those. And frankly, Mr. Chairman, my belief for some time has been need to get active. They control the local school. There's a special provision in the charter school law that would enable a tribal charter school if they wanted to go that route. They got several ways to do it. But I think it's a cultural problem that the education is not being adequately valued. There isn't the partnership there needs to be between the schools and the local community. And I think it's going to have to be solved by the people whose children are involved, saying, look, we're going to take charge of our own schools and fix the system. The system gives them enough money, but it clearly isn't working for them. They need to, it's going to be a very difficult proposition, but I think it can only be done by the local population. And our system empowers the local population if they choose to use that power. So, Mr. Chairman, it's a very difficult issue. The good senator is, I think, entirely correct to bring it up as one that needs to be worked on. It doesn't look like it's a statistical aberration or anything. It looks like those schools simply are not working for most of the kids there. And I think it's an issue that's going to have to be solved locally. I think the state can be proud that we've dealt with any resource side of that. The resources are there. It's using them properly and getting it. And I think it takes a partnership between the community and the schools.
Thank you. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just specifically addressing, though, the numbers, and if we look at the spreadsheet, and I'm going to focus on Fremont 6, Fremont 14, no, it's not Fremont 6, my apologies, Fremont 14, Fremont 21, Fremont 38. So it appears to be going lower on FTEs, and that's what we're seeing there in parentheses. The reason for that is that the actual FTEs, the first column that it's being compared with, that column is not just school foundation program funded FTEs. That would include Title I FTEs as well as federal impact aid assistance FTEs and other FTEs. So when we compare across on that column, it looks like it's a decrease. All of the other columns are just direct funding from the school foundation program. So the comparison I would encourage you to look at, my good friend, is the third to the last column. So over on the right for those three. And you actually see some of the highest increases in funding support of 17.1%, 20.4%, and 21.7%. So it's not actually lower than other districts. In fact, it's higher, and there's a reason for that. The way the model is designed is it provides significant support for at-risk students, and there's a number of different classifications, Mr. Chairman, to become an at-risk student. But if you have a population that tends to have higher Title I, higher mobility, other at-risk student characteristics, then those categories are going to be more significant. And as we switch the funding to this new model through the bill and through the amendment, those are effectively more significant. So for those districts, I would just discourage you from using the comparison of model FTEs to actual FTEs, because all of those federal impact aid, all of the Title I, those are still going to be there. So whatever is being augmented through those, that's going to remain. But at the same time, the increase in the salaries and the increase in the additional support teachers, those are going to shine through with the Senate File 81 as well as the Standing Committee Amendment. And so the district will be better resourced than it is now as a result of it. So I think, in fact, the legislation does an excellent job of taking care of and supporting our tribal friends.
Thank you. Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate both my colleagues, especially appreciate the discussion of the numbers, which is kind of the way I figured it would be. And Mr. Chairman, as you know, you serve on tribal relations. At every single tribal relations meeting, education is a topic. And we know these districts very well, actually. We know the very competent personnel. We know the school boards. We know the support of the tribal business councils. And they, believe me, it is, there's some really excellent people working very hard to try to improve outcomes on the reservation. It's not a plug and play model like might work in the cultures that we're familiar with. So I think really, Mr. Chairman, they should be commended for the excellent work they're doing. The way they try to connect very directly with each and every child. And so I will leave it at that. But I don't think performance is a cultural thing necessarily. I think it's a adaptation of our world and their world, and I hope we give them all the support that we can, because believe me, Mr. Chairman, they care more about this and their children than the people in this room can possibly imagine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Case. Further discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Schuler's motion with the Committee of the Whole rise to report and do so with the do pass recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 81 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration, Senate File 119. Senator Cooper.
Privilege of the floor, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen up here in the gallery, if I can find them, behind us is the Anderson family from Moreland. James, Bonnie, Emma, Marcus, Ellen, and Lucas, and their mother Cherie. James and Marcus and
Yes.
Is it Bonnie? We're down at the Teen Pack, and they continue to learn and grow with us. Welcome to Anderson family, pleased to.
Welcome. So glad you're here today. Welcome to the Senate. Any other privileges of the floor? Any other privileges? Reading clerk, please read in 119.
Senate File 119, Strategic Investments and Projects Account, Repeal 2, an act relating to public funds sponsored by Senator Hicks, was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a do-pass recommendation, voting aye, Senators French, Guru, Larson, Salazar, excuse Senator Driscoll, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Senator Salazar.
Committee of the Whole do reported to do so with a recommendation that Senate File 119 do pass.
Thank you very much. Senator Hicks.
You should have on your desk 2 handouts. The best way to understand any of these accounts is to understand the flow, where the money comes from and where it's going. And so the first one you have, this is right out of your data fiscal books that you can have. So it'll say the 2025 estimated spending policies under WS9 4719. So you're going to want that. That's the diagram, and I'll use the diagram to explain to you what the bill does. And then you also should have another handout that's the February 2026 long-term revenue expenditure forecast. And the reason that's important because it will give you why we're moving some of these monies, why we are, and what's going to happen. And so this is going to show you the long-term trend. But Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to do is start out with, and the other thing you're going to want your bill is to turn the bill over to the back and look at the fiscal note. So you're going to have 3 components of these, and I'll reference these as I walk you through the bill. But Mr. Chairman, so pick up your schematic. And so I want you to look at that. And you start up there in that left-hand corner, and it talks about severance taxes, and then that flows down to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund corpus. From there, we spend the investment earnings off of that. That's the spending policy component. And those investment earnings come down and through the distribution of capital gains and interest. That's the general fund. When we talk about the general fund, that's how that money gets there. And then you see how the general fund flows. It flows two directions. The general fund flows down to the LSRA, or it goes to the strategic projects and investment account. You see that splits down at the bottom, and then in 2025, which was left over in the general fund. So anything that we did not spend automatically rolls into the LSRA. In 2025, that was 29 million. But then you follow that arrow over to the strategic investment project account. And what it doesn't do is it doesn't put a hard number on there, it's a percentage. And that's where you see that 1.25%. Here's the part that you need to follow and understand what the bill does. So when we repeal the strategic investment account, that money that's flowing through the general fund there, it's general fund money. And what that does, what the bill does, is just reverts it back to the general fund. And you can look on your profile, you'll see that your appropriations committee has already zeroed that out and spent all that money in the SIPA account. This was a bill we passed last year, passed both houses. The governor got a little creative with his line item veto, and so we're back today. That being said, it's important that you understand what you're doing here. So we're getting rid of the SIPA account, and the money goes right back into the general fund. So here's the second component, and this is why it's important that you understand the guarantee component. So you look at that right in the middle, you go right above the SIPA where it says strategic investment account, and it says transfers from the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account, $89.8 million. So just follow that dotted line back up to it, and it says Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account, 2025 max of 7X. This is the target that we need to get to when we set these account up is $1,167,000. The balance in that account was $638.1 million. But here's the important part. You follow that dotted arrow down, and we guarantee a certain amount out of that reserve account is going to go into the SIPA. So I want you to pick up your long-term fiscal profile. And you should have an arrow down there that says Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account. So are you with me? And then you'll just walk that over. So right now in the 2025-2026 biennium, we had $891,900,000 on that. We get to the next biennium based on the budget that JAC put together, we go down to $449,900,000. You get to 2029, it's zero. Now, we had a long discussion the other day about investment returns and the windfall that we've had. And because of that guarantee, so if you look at that guarantee out of that reserve account, it was $119 million last year. Because of the guarantee, we're eating the seed corn, folks. We're going to take that reserve account to zero. That's what the long-term profile says. Now, what the bill does is just gets rid of SIPA. But let me talk about where that money goes. So we get rid of SIPA, and it stops that bleed on that reserve account. That maintains that reserve account so the Treasurer's Office can continue to invest to chase a higher rate of return with the corpus on the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, because that reserve account buffers that. It's called the illiquidity premium. In other words, if they can invest that money for 5 years versus 2, they get a higher rate of return. If you just think of the context of US government treasuries, if you buy a 1 or 2 year bond, you're going to get 2%, 3%. If you buy a 10-year bond, you're going to get 4 or 5%. That's the illiquidity premium. The longer that you can invest that money, into either, and particularly when we get into these things like MLPs, we have in our investment portfolio now, we're drawing 12%, but you have to be able to guarantee that money's there for those people to have for a longer duration. That's what the reserve account was designed to do. We're draining that reserve account. And the biggest strain on that reserve account is that guarantee that flows to the SIPA. So we get rid of that. That money will stay in the reserve account, allow the treasurer to chase a higher rate of return. So I know there's concerns with the impact that this has on the school foundation program. Because if you follow that arrow to the right, it goes over there, and you look at that box, and then it says 45% of the SIPA transfers go into the major maintenance account, except for we eliminated that account in 2024, and now that 45% just goes into the school foundation program. So the money's still going to the school side. We've just said we don't need another sub-account within a sub-account. So now we're getting rid of the 45% or the 1.25% that's guaranteed by the reserve. The whole purpose of this thing is to simplify this budget so you can follow the money and understand how the budget works. The money is all going to be available, so let me talk about that and the concerns on the school foundation program. So we're taking general fund money that goes to the SIPA. We're just going to say we're going to get rid of the SIPA, we're going to get rid of the guarantee. What happened to that money in SIPA? It's going to go back into the general fund. What happens when we have excess money in the general fund? It tips into the LSRA. So why is that important? So if you turn over to the fiscal note on the back, so go to your fiscal note on the back of the bill. And I want you to go down to table 2 there, and it says non-administrative impact. And then you follow that down and it says LSRA transfers to the school foundation program under WS 94219B. And I'll explain to you what that does. And we're not going to jump into the goldenrod. That bill says every year there is an automatic transfer out of the LSRA. Every year. So that money that flows into the LSRA this year, this fiscal year, at the start of the next fiscal year, automatically $100 million flows right into the school foundation program account. It's an auto transfer. So the money that we didn't spend in the SIPA that went back to the LSRA, next year there's $100 million that auto appropriates right out in it. And so then when you look at the other important thing about the LSRA and how it works in the context of the overall school foundation program within that same statute that has the $100 million that automatically transfers into the school foundation program account, there's also a floor in there. And the floor in there says if we ever get below $500 million in the SIPA, if we ever get there, it triggers an automatic reduction to every school district in the state of Wyoming. So, number one, that money that's not going into SIPA, that stays in the general fund, and when we access, that flows into the LSRA, the next year $100 million of that goes right back out into the school foundation program account. We have to maintain above that $500,000 floor because that triggers an automatic reduction to right across the block model. That's the law. So you need to maintain enough so you can fund government, all the other general fund expenses out of the LSRA, and you don't want to encroach on that floor. If you look at that fiscal note also, it'll show you that out of the LSRA, if you go down to table 2 and you look at that, LSRA transfers, so we get to 2028, it's $188 million that flows right back into the school foundation program. The simplification is here, we don't have to run this through the SIPA account to get it into the school foundation. The mechanisms are already statutory in place. It's a simplification. You just follow a linear model right down and you can follow. You don't need all the arrows and you don't need the guarantees. The guarantee is tremendously dangerous because it is draining the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund reserve account. Investment earnings are now accounting for 35% of our total budget. We need to maintain those reserve accounts. It's not the only drain, but it is the single biggest drain on the permanent mineral reserve account that we have to give us these when we have good years, $800 to $1 billion in investment returns. So more than anything else, is you just understood how complicated this is. This starts to decrease the complications just into a straight linear model that you can follow the money, and we don't have a guarantee. 0.45% of the 1.25% that we divert out of the general fund. It's just all coming down the general fund into the LSRA, and at the end, we protect the school foundation program, and we have the auto appropriation of $100 million that goes into it. You, as the legislature, always have the opportunity to intercept that money in the general fund. But you can send more of it to the school foundation program. It's a simple simplification of the budget that tries to make it a little clearer, but it also protects that reserve account by getting rid of that guarantee from the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund reserve account. So I know that's a lot. It's tremendously complicated. It only took me a decade to figure it out. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions. Hopefully, if we can't, this is the same bill we've had a number of years. We need to get this across the finish line, and stand for any questions.
Thank you. Discussion on Senate File 119. Discussion. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do have concerns, and I've had concerns each time we've tried to remove the SIPA. And again, not because of the original purpose of the SIPA, but for the reason that my good friend from Carbon County just described, which is that it functionally at this point in time provides for what is an effective pass-through and guarantee for a spending amount for the school foundation program. It did originally, well, for several years, went to capital construction, and that was removed. The major maintenance sub-account, not capital construction directly, that was removed. But at this point in time, you have a guaranteed flow into the school foundation program. That is revenue that we demonstrate on the goldenrod, we demonstrate on our profile as being guaranteed revenue that we can predict, that is shown and provides us with some confidence that revenue is going to be there. So the conversation we had just in the previous bill gets to the reason why we need to ensure that we have sufficient revenue. It took us a while to build that up. Now, Mr. Chairman, we can get rid of, as one concept, the SIPA, and that's a discussion point. That's cleaning up the books. Clean it up by getting rid of the SIPA. Okay, there's some logic to that. I'm not offended by the SIPA, but there's some logic to that. The key is that this does not then guarantee the funding into the school foundation program. We can no longer count that as a profile. So the next time, if we pass this, next year when we come back, we're all going to be like, what the hell happened to the school foundation program? My apologies for that. Where did our revenue go? And that's going to be a big deal, and it's going to be a few $100 million of big deal, where suddenly we're going to be in panic mode because we're not projecting the revenue that we thought we had this year when we were looking at the goldenrod and we were looking at the future profile. The LISRA will have a few extra dollars, so that will look fine, and that is handy. But there's a reason we established it the way we did, because it is this body and the body down the hall's responsibility to ensure that we have sufficient revenue coming into the school foundation program to pay the bills for education. That's our top priority. The way we've structured it was a series of compromises that provides for the routing of the 45% into the school foundation program account, and we need that there. So, Mr. Chairman, if we are going to be eliminating the SIPA, and again, I don't have any urgent feeling that the SIPA just has to go away. I was there when it was created. It had a decent purpose for a while. It did some nice things, and since then it's kind of been a funnel for money into a few different places. But one of those places is the school foundation program. So if we want to be serious about this, and if the body feels like it needs to get rid of the SIPA, if that's the feeling of the body that we really have to clean up the book on it, then we need to ensure that the guarantee is still there and that the flow is still there exactly as it is now going into the school foundation program, or we will be scrambling to figure out how to account for a couple of $100 million a year over on the school foundation program side, and we're going to be looking for new revenue. That's irresponsible, Mr. Chairman. So, this legislation is unnecessary. It's not making us money or saving us money, but it will put us in a position where we are going to be struggling to make ends meet on the school foundation program, and we're going to be struggling with our projections in a way that's going to seem to demonstrate that we need new revenue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion, Senate File 119. Further discussion, Senate File 119. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, that is one version. I don't know that I would say that's the most accurate version, but it's certainly something that you are going to see. There's going to be some reduction. But here's the way that it operates. Our LESRA backs up the general fund. The LISRA backs up the education, the school foundation program. The general fund backs up the school foundation program. Everything we do because of the constitutional obligations backs up the school fund. But let's talk a little bit about the reality. So I want you to pick it up so you can see for yourself that we're not jeopardizing anything in the short term or within the next 2 bienniums on the school foundation program, because we've had the same significant increases in investment earnings. So I would ask you to pick up your long-term profile again. So the one that shows that, so pick up your long-term profile. So again, I want you to go down there where it shows the arrow and it says Permanent Mineral Wyoming Trust Fund Reserve Account. So you see that? We walk through there, we go from 899 or 891 million to 500, 450, 45 million and into zero. Look right below that. And you see right down on the bottom of that line, you see the Common School Permanent Land Fund Reserve Account. So just follow that line across. Right now we got $876 million. Then we go to 753. And we get out 2 bienniums, you still have $547 million in the Common School Permanent Land Fund Reserve Account. You look above that, what's in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account? 0. So my point being is there's more than adequate money going into the school foundation stuff. At the end of the day, we're going to probably be, based on this, shorter in money on the general fund side than we are on the school side. That's not my data, that's your budget and fiscal people's data. We are much healthier when we get out 2 bienniums on the school foundation side than we are the general fund side. At the end of the day, we're going to fund the schools, and it doesn't matter where you take the money from. And the next legislature will make that decision. And the one after that will make that decision. What I would hope that we would have is probably have some money in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account that's driving 8 to 12% returns that if we need to borrow out of there or spend out of there, that future legislatures can actually have the opportunity to do that. So, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't jeopardize the school foundation program. And there's a number of amendments out there that actually bolster that even more. So I think as we go through this and you start to see the change in this profile, we're going to fund education, we're going to continue to beef up those counts, and we're going to take care of the state of Wyoming. But let's don't eat the seed corn. It's a good bill, cleans it up, simplifies it, tries to protect everybody while maintaining our obligations to fund K through 12.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? Senator Landon on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've spent a long time on this. I won't take long, but I've got the same reservations as my friend from Albany County. This, and you know, chances are some of us old timers won't be around when this comes about, but I set a sheet out, it's orange and yellow, and that'll show you what you're getting in the general fund off of the way this tips. And it also shows you what we're kicking into the Wyoming Common School account for the schools. That is a guaranteed revenue source for your general fund, for you to come down here and do the work of the state. You start tipping this other places, and by the way, a couple of things that everybody needs to understand. Since I got here 20 years ago, I've heard the same speech every year. We're going to run out of money. We're going to run out of money and we're not going to be able to pay for the schools. we're gonna run out of money in the reserve account. You know what? It's never happened. Never has. I would just caution you, this crusade, God bless my good friend from Bags, but you know, it's a crusade to clean things up, but it's also, it just feels like a crusade that if we can shove money over in a couple of places, then we can continue the narrative that we don't have any money. I just would really caution, it's kind of ironic that this SIPA account, and if we want to get rid of it, fine, but it sure has come in handy for a state office building in Riverton, a state office building up in Casper, a shooting complex. That's a fund that we're setting aside so that we can do some of the work of the people. So I would really caution on this front, folks. I'm really cautious about this one.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill? Senator Scott, on the bills.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to one thing that was just mentioned. We've heard we're running out of money, we're running out of money. We never have. Yes, we have. We went through a period where we were not carrying significant reserves. In the downturn in the oil business in the late 1980s, early 1990s, we did run out of money. And what we did was we passed a bill, and virtually all of us who were here voted for it, to raise the sales tax by 1 cent. We can run out of money. We have done an excellent job, Mr. Chairman, with the development of the permanent funds, particularly the Permanent Trust Fund, with the development of the various explicit reserves. And frankly, the voters have surprised me when I go door to door and ask them about spending. They often tell me, and you better save a little for when the times aren't good. They're pretty sophisticated about what we're doing. So we do have to be careful with our spending because we can and we have. And it happened once before I got here, but I have seen at least one of them where we have run out of money. It is possible, and we do have to be careful, Mr. Chairman, for that reason.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Further discussion? Further discussion? We do have a committee of the whole amendment. Senator Garou, do you want that read in?
Mr. Chairman, not just yet.
Okay, on the bill.
Ask on the bill.
On the file.
On the file, thank you. Just for the bringer, a lot of these questions, I've been kind of on this one too. Want to try to simplify the fund, but I do listen to the concerns, and I know we all share. So, question for the bringer. Back to your own sheet here, the sheet with all the dips and trips and arrows, and if you take that SIPA transfers that's down at the bottom right, 45% to school major maintenance on down there. And what if you just slid that over right underneath on the left-hand side where it says general fund? In other words, if we get rid of the SIPA account, but then move that transfer from the general fund over, does that not answer the question that the good senator from the center of the state's asking about diverting those funds, getting them back into school accounts, but still simplify the account? That's my question.
Further discussion on the Senate file. Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, that would be the absolute most transparent way that you could possibly do it if you want to provide that funding for the school foundation program account. Is you just take the arrow right under general fund and you say 45 or set a numeric dollar amount, and you don't have to launder it through the SIPA and then back to the SPA and do the whole circular thing. It's just a matter of coming in and say general fund underneath there before it flows into the LSRA. You just put a little block there and says, that's the school foundation program guarantee, or a percentage of that money goes there. Then it's clear. It comes right from general fund, goes right down into the school and then into the LSRA. You don't need to funnel it through the SIPA account. Much more transparent, easy to follow.
Thank you. Senator Grew.
Mr. Chairman.
Would you like that read in? So you can
With-
take another
I'd like
action?
to ask, without objection, could I withdraw that first reading amendment, number 1? To Committee of the Whole Amendment, number 1.
Without objection, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
We're back on the bill, back on the file. Further discussion on the file. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Salazar's motion when the Committee of the Whole rise report, it do so. With a due pass recommendation of Senate File 119, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. Nineteen ayes. Those noes, there's less than 19. With your vote, Senate File 119 is passed Committee of the Whole. Members, I'm going to take a quick privilege of the floor, and this allowed you to stand up and stretch a little bit. If you please join me in welcoming Wyoming's 21 credit unions. These member-owned financial cooperatives serve over 330,000 Wyoming credit union members and provide service at 69 Wyoming branches, employ 900 Wyoming citizens, and contribute $178 million to Wyoming's economy. Please welcome the credit unions right above me to the Senate floor. Welcome to the Senate. Any other privilege of the floor? All right, we're speeding along like a herd of racing turtles, folks. Next bill for our consideration, Senate File 95. Reading clerk.
Senate File 95, Drivers and Motor Vehicle Services, Third-Party Providers, and Act Relating to Motor Vehicles, sponsored by Senator Pappas. Referred to Committee Number 8, which recommended due pass as amended, voting aye. Senators Anderson, Barlow, Cooper, Kolb, Pappas. Signed, Senator Cooper, Acting Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? I don't see this acting chairman here, so we'll just go with our regular chairman, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with favorable recommendation on Senate File 95, Drivers and Motor Vehicle Services and Third-Party Providers. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring this bill to you. It is a bill that would allow third parties to offer registration and Department of Motor Vehicle Services to its members and to the community at large, okay? So it's not only to members, but of the third party, but also to all Wyomingites. So what, if you're asking me what is in the driver's services, that is a very broad range of services. It's different among other states. In Wyoming, we're only looking at driver's licenses, driver's testing, and vehicle registration at this point, okay? That's all that we're contemplating. In other states, you know, who provide smog control, you know, or that kind of vehicle inspections, you know, they're doing that. In Wyoming, we don't do those things. So driver services is a term in here that may be a little broad, but I just want to mention to you, we're only looking at driver's licenses, driver's testing, and vehicle registration at this point. We are not talking about any titling services, right? No titling is contemplated here. So what this would do is would provide an additional location outside of the clerk's and treasurer's offices for these services. And so currently there's 29 locations around the state that do this. And if my constituents have always told me it's a pain because the lines are always so long at driver services, and they constantly have complained to me about that issue. This bill would allow, and it's a may, if you, let me point out to you on the bill, on the very first page, line 14, the department may enter into agreements with third parties. Okay, it's not mandatory. If it works, if it's a program that is beneficial to WYDOT and the state of Wyoming, the department can create a motor vehicle division partner program. And they have they have entered in similar programs, I understand, for CDL licenses and such, so it's not new to WYDOT. But this is a very common practice in our surrounding states. The state north of us is doing it, the state west of us is doing it as well. And I might add that those states have shown increased savings due to not having to put on additional drivers service personnel and also the IT equipment, because the IT equipment is provided by the third party. And this is something that doesn't have to happen statewide. In larger communities, it may work best. In smaller communities, it might not be a good fit for them. So again, it doesn't have to happen where it's not needed. So this, I believe, will reduce work times, reduce workload, and improve efficiency and enhance our customer experience. I want to mention that there are other states other than the two that I mentioned. There are many going on. I don't know how many to the east of us, but to the west of us, I know there's two other states besides the two I mentioned. So it's catching on. I think it's a good way to provide services to our constituents without growing FTEs at WYDOT. Now, we did in committee see a very large agency impact, and that was because of ETS. ETS sent us a huge number, if you look at the agency estimate of administrative impact. And in testimony, they did tell us that they didn't know what was really, what this program would encompass. So they took a big swag at it, and they're probably very, very high. Frankly, the number that's in here, probably, if that number is true, WYDOT would just not enter into a program. Remember, there's no appropriation in here. So WYDOT would have to take it out of their budget. They estimate they need a couple of FTEs to run the program. If it's something that pencils out for WYDOT, they will do it. Certainly with the costs, if they are as anticipated by this first stab at the IT issue, because there will be issues in being able to have a third party access data and be able to use the driver's license data and registration information to conduct that business. So I don't fear that administrative impact. As I said, if it doesn't pencil out for WYDOT, they simply won't do it. There is rule-making authority built in here. They can allow or disallow the types of services, working with the clerks and working with the treasurers. I do think it's an option that will be beneficial in the long run. And if it does show promise, there is the option for them to expand the program to other services as well. Right now, driver services is only intending to be driver's licenses, tests, and registration. So with that, I will take the lead. Do we have an amendment on this one?
Yes, there is an amendment. Any discussion on the bill? Discussion on the bill? Reading clerk, amendment, please. Standing committee amendment number 1.
Senate File 95, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 4, line 6.
Have an amendment, Senator Pappas?
Excuse me, I didn't have it printed out. Let me bring it up real quick. So this amendment was asked.
Would you go ahead and move the amendment right off the bat, please?
Yes, I move amendment number 1, Standing Committee number 1 to Senate File 95 and ask for favorable consideration. This was an amendment that was brought forth by the department. If you see, it adds 31-1-205 to the list of employees designated under that section that may issue summons or violations. There was a section missing there, and he just asked for it to be added. So kind of an administrative fix.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment? Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Pappas' motion, Standing Committee Amendment number 1, Senate File 95, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Discussion on the bill. All right, we'll go with Senator Ide. Senator Ide.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is, I'm on it against this bill. I think government should be shrunk, and I think this expands it with putting this out to contractors. It's something that should be done more efficiently, just the way it is right now. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ide. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I highly recommend this bill. It's turning it over to private enterprise to do the work, not the state. And the state only can do so much. I was in another state and needed a state ID to be able to buy a pistol. I went down to the DMV and there was a line 2 blocks long. I was advised to go to a private enterprise in a shopping mall, and sure enough, they could do the very same thing, the state ID or a driver's license, and I was just after a state ID. I had it in about 5 minutes at that location, and that's how it would work in Wyoming, is those private enterprise guys would do that work very quickly. So I'm all for turning this over to private enterprise to be able to do it. I was thinking that there was other people in the room that thought private enterprise was a better idea than having the state do the job also. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Anderson. Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear about this is a unification bill for different counties to communicate between each other. So,
different bill. I think we're taking on a different bill, but you can go ahead.
Oh, well, apparently I'll just be quiet and sit down, Mr. Chairman.
We had several bills that day, members, so this is the one that's just on the third-party licenses. But go ahead if you'd like, Senator Cole. Maybe I'm incorrect.
Let me take another crack at that. This is involving private businesses to help out in bringing the state of Wyoming up to the year 2026. So it's a positive thing. It's an optional thing. Heard testimony about this. It makes sense. It's a slow process to bring it up to a point where it can be used. I think it does bring in private enterprise to assist our local treasurers in what they deal with day to day, because those lines are long, and if we have another way that our constituents can get the things done they need to get done without standing in line, that I wouldn't say our lines in my county are 2 blocks long, but they're quite significant at certain times of the month. And this would definitely be a help and an improvement to the situation on and for the bill.
Thank you, Senator Coles. Senator Pearson, and then Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious if in committee there was any concern about sharing of data with these private agencies or people that might be doing this. Because that's what concerns me is I don't want some private agency to know my information, where I live, all of these things. And so, and I know that that's kind of kept confidential through the DMV, so that would be my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to pile on with what my desk mate said. That was my concern as well. As looking through the bill, I don't see any data privacy or protections. We know that in other states, the departments of motor vehicle actually sell that data. That is a source of revenue for the DMVs in other states. In Wyoming, to my knowledge, that has not yet happened, but it seems like precisely the kind of thing a for-profit entity would do the moment they were allowed to do it and look for every way they could, because that's worth more money than sitting there and charging $5 for handing you a new driver's license. So what was the discussion on that topic, and how thoroughly can we strengthen this bill so that there is zero chance of leakage?
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill? Further discussion on the bill? Further discussion? We'll go with Senator McEwen. He's the first timer, and then we'll come back to Senator Cole. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, I heard we're going to add 2 FTEs to run the program. Are we going to cut FTEs out of the government side of this, or are we going to have the same number of government employees and a third-party provider? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to go back to the data breach question, because it did come up and it was heavily discussed in committee on just the dangers. And I'll just say on the outset of this, if we think our counties aren't susceptible to data breaches, I believe they are. I believe that with our using the IT that we have in the state of Wyoming, actually be a more secure system because the level of security they're going to impose. The other part of it is the level of data is going to be very low for the type of registrations we're talking about. The data needed is not at a very high level. They're not needing that. But as a way of data breaches go, I think the state's IT folks would be much more able to offer a secure environment for these transactions, or this information, only necessary information that would be pertinent to the type of vehicle registration, let's say. It would only be segmented. You couldn't access information that was beyond what was needed for the process you're trying to handle, whatever that transaction is. So they're going to start off slow. They're going to only be able to do what they can do safely and securely, and it's going to be unified for whatever the proposed interaction is with YDOT between, say, in this case, the larger counties have systems that are able to be interfaced with, and they're going to try to do that first. But the other smaller counties could participate if they so wanted to. There's an issue about software variations between counties, and obviously, I would really, I believe that if I was going to put my faith in any data breach issue and quality of that, not letting that happen, because the level of security is much higher with the state as opposed to an individual county, I think there's a lot less likelihood of there being a data breach, and absolutely not in any. There's no discussion about selling said information. None. It was merely the only necessary information, and that was transmitted through the conversations with YDOT. I'll throw a request for other people to comment about this that were there in the committee, but that's what I can transmit right now, and I hope that lowers the issue of data breach, because it was heavily discussed, and it did come up to lend some credence to the concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cole. Senator Pearson, and then we'll go to the sponsor of the bill, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another question that I have, so these third-party agencies, those employees are going to have background checks? Because I'm just, even though it's a low amount of information, your registration has your physical address on it. So, I don't know. I'm just very leery about it, so I will probably be a no on this bill, but these are just concerns that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Senator Pappas.
Okay, well, let me alleviate some fears here. Seems like we've got a little bit of fear. First of all, for my good colleague from Natrona County, these people are not contracted, okay? There's no payment. We're not paying this third party. They're providing this services free. And so the additional FTEs too would be, if we brought up all 29 locations, and maybe not all 29 would need additional FTEs to help out with the workload that is currently a problem, we would have to add a lot more than 2 FTEs to staff our current driver services locations to the level that our constituents want. So the 2 FTEs were only there to run the program, for all I know, those 2 FTEs they think that they need 2 right now, but maybe 1. It's basically an auditing function. These people have to be audited. So to the data breach issue, remember these third party, well, I guess I didn't mention it, so I don't know if you remember it, but these third party people, the people that work for this third party, the third party and the people need to be bonded. So they will be bonded, they will be trained by our driver services personnel. As far as what they can access on the system, that is one of the big issues that ETS had, because they call it a zero trust access, I think is how they put it. So they have to be sure that the people that are accessing this only access the data that's required to make the transaction, all right? If it's a driver's license, it may be your name and your address and your eye color and all that stuff. If it's something else, it may be the screen that will come up will only give them data for the transaction that they're going to be. And again, these folks are bonded. Let me tell you, in some of the other states, and to the good senator that's leery about the background checks, I do believe that will be a requirement in the rules and regulations. Certainly the state to the north of us, technicians there have applications for title and registration services. They submit fingerprints at a background check and then are assigned credentials upon approval. And the same with the state that's southwest of us. They submit electronic fingerprints for background checks and go through an extensive process of interview. So I am assuming Wyoming will do the same thing, okay? So I don't think you should fear that. I think WYDOT will make sure that these people are vetted correctly. So I do also know that there's going to be the requirement for a security audit. Every state has it. Computers are restricted to use by the certified technicians that are trained by WYDOT. Cameras are positioned securely. Screens are made visible only to the technician. So all of the safety precautions are taken. And the state to the north of us does an annual or biannual audit. The state to the southwest of us does an annual audit to verify compliance the requirements of their particular statute. So I believe that through the rules and regulations process and the way that the program will actually be structured, all of those concerns will be taken care of. I do think it's an option, and if it doesn't work, again, as I said, this is a may. WYDOT will come back and report to the Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee on whether, yes, this is going to be a good program for Wyoming, it's going to save us money, or they're going to come back and say, no, we find a lot of problems, it's going to cost us a lot of money, let's not do it. Okay, let's give them a chance to see whether this may be an option for Wyoming. It is a good option for other states. I think it could be great for us as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the bill. Further discussion by Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to alleviate some issues here. Number one, you don't have to use the service. If you don't trust it, don't use it. Go to your typical, county treasurer and do those things if you'd so wish. And also the rules will be promulgated by and approved by the Transportation Commission. And we're far from any of that happening yet. Like was explained, this isn't going to go anywhere if it doesn't work for WYDOT. They're not going to lose money on this, diverting funds. It's going to work or it's not going to work. But this gives them the opportunity to explore this, to find out, and to come up with something that is workable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill? Further discussion. Senator Anderson, do you want to discuss?
Please, Mr. Chairman, on and for the bill. The 2 FTE that they were talking about would not be new hires. In fact, they thought maybe they could get away with doing it with 1 FTE, but those are not new hires. Those are current employees of the WYDOT. We had a lot of discussion about the security on the thing also, and WYDOT assured us that they're working hard to make sure that information doesn't go out to anyone, including the 5 electeds.
Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Pappas' motion when the Committee of the Whole rise to report and do so with the due pass recommendation, Senate File 95, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 95 has passed Committee of the Whole. All right, members, just want to give you a little update here. There are 35 bills now in general file. 35 bills on general file. And we have today and tomorrow. So we can discuss them a lot on general file, or we can get a good overview, and then we can go on and address things we have concerns with on second and third reading. I just give you that fair warning. There are 8 in the pile before us that the majority floor leader has given us for today. So that will leave 27 for tomorrow if we're going to get through those. So next bill for consideration is Senate File 59. Reading clerk.
Senate File 59, K through 12 Language and Literacy Program, an act relating to language and literacy competency, sponsored by Education, referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a due pass recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Brennan, Olson, Rothfuss, Schuler. Voting no, Senator Scott. Signed, Senator Schuler, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation at Senate File 59, do pass. We have 3 amendments. Do we have those read in?
Please read in. They're actually all Committee of the Whole amendments. Please
Okay.
read those in.
Yep.
Let's
Or should we do them one at a time?
one at a time. Just to read in Senate.
How about we,
One at a time, please. Reading
how
clerk.
about we read in first one then?
Senate File 59, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 15, line 3.
Senator Schuler, you have both the bill and the Standing Committee of the Whole Amendment, number
Okay.
1.
With that, I would turn the time over to the good senator from Albany County to explain the bill.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Senate File 59, K-12 Language and Literacy Program was one of the biggest lifts of the interim for the Joint Education Committee. We put together a little working group that included a few legislators, quite a few stakeholders, the superintendent's literacy cabinet and met extensively to put this bill together. I'm going to go through it at a very high level, but there's a lot of depth and detail to the definitions and the policies, so if you do have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them. You do have a handout that has blue highlights to it, and it provides a lot of details in plain language to what the bill does, so please feel free to refer to that as well. Starting on page 2, you see the purpose of this is to develop not just a K-3 literacy program, but a K-12 evidence-based literacy program, trying to make sure that we have appropriate literacy policy, curriculum, and operations throughout all of K-12 school. On page 3 begins definitions. These definitions took quite a bit of work and are science-based and best practices-based. You see page 4 and page 5, continuations of the definitions, page 6 and page 7. Again, we can go into those in more detail if desired. And on to page 8, the final definition, universal screener. But going to page 8, you see, first of all, the requirement that school districts establish a district language and literacy plan. This is going to be a program every district has, where each district shall adopt kindergarten through K-12 literacy proficiency and competency programs and standards. It shall use universal screeners and dyslexia screeners and diagnostic assessments to identify students that are in need of support. On to page 9, you see some more details about that, where the dyslexia screeners shall be once each fall for kindergarten through second, the universal screener 3 times a year for kindergarten through 3, and then in the C paragraph, a universal screener once each year for those students in grade 4 through 12 that have not demonstrated grade level reading proficiency or have transferred to the school or have otherwise demonstrated that they were not proficient. And then the D paragraph at the bottom of page 9 gets to diagnostic assessments as appropriate. On to page 10. They shall, through the DLLP, use high-quality instructional materials and practices, deploy a multi-tiered system of supports. That system of support shall have, at a minimum, Tier 1 for classroom supports, Tier 2 for supplemental evidence-based language and literacy instruction, and Tier 3 delivers intensive and individualized evidence-based support and instruction. You see on page 11 the required implementation of an individualized reading plan, IRP, for each student that is identified as having reading difficulties or at risk for poor reading outcomes. The details of that IRP are such that if you are on an IEP, that shall qualify and that shall be deemed sufficient, but if not, it shall be specifically evidence-based language and literacy instruction specific to the student's needs, shall identify measurable goals and objectives, be integrated into the student's educational record, and importantly, bottom of page 11, be developed in collaboration with the student's parents or guardian and implemented within 30 calendar days. Notification shall continue on a quarterly basis with the parent or guardian. Romanet 5 on page 12 indicates that it shall prohibit the use of the 3 queuing system as the only basis for teaching word recognition or decoding. A lot of work went into that specific language. There's consternation over the 3 queuing system, but there are some circumstances where it might be beneficial, so that language was carefully crafted to indicate that it can't be used exclusively for that circumstance. Bottom of page 12 provides that each school district with 60% or more students not demonstrating grade level proficiency shall offer summer literacy program, extended supports, after school, and other types of enhanced instruction to anyone grades 1 through 3 with an IRP. That all shall be evidence-based and appropriate for age and district. Page 13, the C paragraph indicates that each school district shall ensure that any person employed at the school district receive job-embedded practice-based and ongoing literacy-related professional development appropriate for their role and level of responsibility. So what that basically means is that all district personnel that end up having direct interaction, end up having role-appropriate requirements shall have that type of professional development. Reporting is described on the bottom of page 13 and on to page 14, reporting requirements. With page 14, we get to additional duties of the superintendent of public instruction. They shall, in consultation with the district, identify universal screeners, dyslexia screeners, diagnostic assessments, and evidence-based language and literacy instruction, et cetera. School districts may request the state superintendent approve the use of alternatives not incorporated through the rule and regulation. On page 15, the superintendent shall establish professional development requirements related to effective language and literacy as appropriate for district personnel. Romanet 3, define necessary terms, and there are quite a few that require additional definition that weren't up front. Romanet 4, ensure monitoring and compliance and technical assistance for the districts. The B paragraph at the bottom indicates that the superintendent shall post the results of success for the districts on a website. On to page 16, we get to the Professional Teacher and Standards Board, the PTSB certification, indicating that the board shall promulgate some rules related to licensure, ensuring that teachers licensed after July 1st, 2027 shall demonstrate literacy competency appropriate for their instructional role and grade level, and that teachers licensed on or before July 1st, 2027 will be required to do the same thing at their next licensure. On to page 17, it also provides an additional definition requirement that the PTSB shall provide reading specialist endorsements aligned with evidence-based language and literacy instruction. We'll have an amendment on that. And then, Mr. Chairman, further requirements of the board of each school district that they implement and administer the Wyoming Language and Literacy Program for K through 12. On to page 18, some language related to the superintendent of public instruction, putting forward a variety of efforts to implement this act. And then page 19, the repealer was the previous act. We've basically taken all of the work that has gone on for the past 25 or 30 years that was built into 213401. We're repealing that and recreating it in this new act. And then finally, it becomes effective July 1st, 2026. That's the bill. I'd take questions on the bill probably before we get to any of the three amendments. It's a committee of the whole, so I think it's appropriate to take a discussion on the bill first and then get to the amendments.
Questions on the bill? Senator Scott, on the bill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was the no vote committee, both in the joint interim and in the standing committee here at Rise to explain why. Mr. Chairman, this is a key topic where we have major problems with our current public school system. My judgment is this bill is as likely to do harm as it is to do any good. And I think it's not very likely to do much good. And let me see if I can explain why. It sounds very good. You read it, it's full of very flowery language. It doesn't necessarily mean very much. It does give the state superintendent a key role here in defining what's actually going to happen. And Mr. Chairman, we have quite a problem. Past 25 years, we've had a high turnover in the position of state superintendent. We've had actually, Mr. Chairman, 2 state superintendents quit in the middle of their elected terms to go to higher paid jobs elsewhere. One on the North Slope of Alaska, one in Virginia. Mr. Chairman, I would suggest to Management Council, we need to think about compensation. We're giving our 5 elected officials, we're starting to lose them. At least this one, the higher paid jobs elsewhere. There have been a few that have sought re-election. I don't know that anyone has served out 2 full terms. So you don't know what the state superintendent, and there's going to be a new state superintendent this time by all indications. We have no idea who it might be. We don't know what the state superintendent is going to do, and she has very key functions in this. If you look on page 5, the state grade level reading proficiency, a very key definition at the bottom, means as defined by the state superintendent adopted in rule. And then back on page 15, there's a whole list, which was cited earlier. of key definitions the state superintendent's got to give. We have no idea how those are going to turn out. There isn't really meaningful guidance on most of those in this bill. And I think there's a good chance, Mr. Chairman, state superintendent will adopt the classic educator solution to a problem and dumb down grade level reading proficiency so all the school districts look good. That works politically, but it doesn't do the kids any good. Mr. Chairman, if you're a parent and trying to deal with this, you're talking to your school district, your kid's got a problem, and you say, what are you going to do about it? Well, the answer in the bill, evidence-based language and literacy instruction. Let me just read a piece of that. Instruction includes, as appropriate to developmental levels, phonological and phonemic awareness, sound symbol association, decoding and encoding, syllable structure, morphology, syntax, semantics, vocabulary, oral reading fluency, et cetera, et cetera. What's a parent to do to confront with that? I have trouble understanding it as to what it really means. So that's a problem. Mr. Chairman, it's going to be hard, I think, for parents to deal with this. And then we have seen, Mr. Chairman, as the Education Committee has looked, we have some very successful school districts in the state. We have seen, we've asked some to come in, they've talked to us, the most articulate ones of them, talked about what they've done when they have a child and they identify them as having reading difficulties. They pay individual attention. That seems to be the common thread on successful school districts. There's a provision that's been here, it's continuing this bill, it's been here since 2001 for individualized reading plans for kids that were having trouble. The majority of the school districts have ignored that. The ones that have not ignored it have done better, Mr. Chairman, but local control, they just felt they could ignore it. There's nothing in this bill that cures that particular problem. Mr. Chairman, you get the right state superintendent, this might do some good. You get the wrong one, Mr. Chairman, this bill will do considerable harm. It doesn't do anything about the enforcement provisions. There's no enforcement provisions when a school district doesn't cooperate. And the bureaucracy in State Department of Education is not structured to deal with this kind of a problem, Mr. Chairman. It's good at making sure our finance system functions as we enact it. It's good at keeping us out of trouble with the federal regulations on their grants. It can collect data where we've told them to. There's been nobody there until very recently that the state superintendent can say, this district is having a problem, go find out what the problem is and help them solve it. There was nobody with that kind of professional expertise in that bureaucracy. And it's been difficult dealing, they've had a great deal of difficulty dealing with the state personnel system on that. This one would depend on having a better bureaucracy than we've got. Mr. Chairman, this is a key issue. This bill does not solve the problem. I think it is open to the classic solution of dumbing everything down on and against the bill.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senate File 59. Further discussion on Senate File 59. We do have a standing committee, or committee of the whole amendment as well on the floor. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, this is a complex deal for sure. And as I said before, our school districts are doing a pretty good job considering we have kids that aren't ready to come to school. And by the time they get to fourth grade, they have some of the top reading scores in the nation. I keep saying that. Now, granted, we have, a high 30-40% that aren't reading, have proficiency, but for our state to take these kids from where they are and move them that far. But can we do better? Yes. And that's what this bill tries to do. I think I created a little subcommittee with the good senator from Albany County, and he kind of chaired this. We had some legislators on it, we had some stakeholders from University of Wyoming, we had some stakeholders from a group of parents that have some programs that they've been working with. We had WDE, we had a variety of people working on this, and it was a heavy lift. And I think the product, it's not perfect, I will say that right up front, but I think it kind of gets us headed down the right path. We really want to focus on, obviously, K through 3, but in the past, we've been leaving some of these kids behind because we just figure we take, the 4th grade Y-top tests, and they're the ones that are proficient move on. We haven't really done much, I don't think, at least not enough for our kids that are not. So I think this kind of helps us because we continue to check and screen them as time goes on if they're not proficient. But I think it's a step in the right direction. And I think they did a lot of good work on it. And so I think the bill is worth moving forward. Open to certainly some amendments. If you think that you need to fix some things that are in here that you don't agree with, that's always fine. I have a couple of amendments myself today. But anyway, I think the bill is really well done.
How about we just address the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1? Senator Schuler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 59. If you want to take a look at page 15, line 3, I had a couple of districts that actually were a little concerned with the language where it says on line 3 that, well, actually, they're going to establish professional development requirements related to effective language and literacy instruction for all school district personnel, even though the next 2 lines say differentiated by their role, level of responsibility, and grade level in supporting literacy proficiency. There were some districts that felt like, oh my gosh, are you going to make the bus driver, food service person, the school psychologist, social worker, on and on and on, are they all going to have to do this? So I got the idea to go ahead, well, actually from them, to insert teachers there. And I may bring another one because, in effect, I probably should have put teachers and instructional staff. But for now, let's just leave it as teachers. And I think that'll kind of put some of the districts, their mind at ease with this, and hope you'll vote for it.
Discussion on the Committee of the Whole Amendment, discussion on the amendment. Senator Rothfuss?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask the body to resist this amendment. The language was crafted to do exactly what it's intended to do, and I think it's structured well. I understand that when school districts read things, a lot of times they go to extreme scenarios where maybe it's not appropriately determined. But the concept here is that you have a lot of folks in a school that aren't teachers that need to have, principals should know something about it, but maybe not everything. You have instructional facilitators that are specifically going to be experts on it. You actually have literacy experts, and they all have different levels of engagement that are required, and they should have different standards to which they're held to. The bus driver is on the list of district personnel, but I think we can all be pretty comfortable that the bus driver is not going to have any literacy requirements pursuant to this paragraph. The choice was between laying out a long, long laundry list of all of the imaginable district personnel that might have some role in literacy, or just write it the way it's written, for all school district personnel differentiated by their role, level of responsibility, and grade level in supporting literacy proficiency. So it does what it says, and it says what it does, Mr. Chairman. I do understand we heard pushback during the interim also on this, and it seems to be written as cleanly and concisely as it can be to accomplish the objective. So on and against, if there's desire to have some alternative language, maybe we can come up with something better, but the idea that we would just have teachers rejects a substantial space of different classifications that we should be considering.
Further discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1. Further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been defeated. How about we just go to Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2? Read that in, please.
Senate File 59, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2, page 17, line 7.
Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. Chairman, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 to Senate File 59 and ask the body's favorable consideration. This is a little tweak on page 17, line 7. The PTSB is actually developing 3 different reading specialist endorsements, so we're just pluralizing that. I'd ask the body's favorable consideration.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment, seeing none. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. How about we go to Committee of the Whole, Member number 3, Senator Schuler.
Whoops. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move-
Let's let it get read in first.
Senate File 59, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3, page 15, after line 23.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3 to Senate File 59 and ask for your favorable vote on this. This was actually, again, came from a couple of districts that were concerned with the way the bill was written. They thought maybe it was maybe too narrow to know whether or not they could use both federal and state funds. So if you look on page 15, this amendment would go on the very bottom, and it make a new section C, and it just says nothing in this article shall be construed to limit or prohibit the expenditure of federal funds or other funds for the purposes of this article. It's pretty simple.
Discussion on the Committee of the Whole Amendment? Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Back on the bill. Discussion on the bills. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I respect the concerns of my good friend, the tall senator from Natrona County, but during the interim, honestly, a lot of work went into this. I think it's in exceptional shape. I think this is incredibly positive for literacy in the state of Wyoming. The number of stakeholders that were engaged that support this legislation is truly incredible. It was a great piece of work by the Education Committee, and I'd ask the body to support it.
Further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Schuler's motion with the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 59, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 59 is passed, Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 123. Reading clerk.
Senate File 123, Wyoming Energy Dominance Fund, an act relating to the administration of the government, sponsored by Senator Beitman, referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a due pass. As amended recommendation, voting aye, Senators Driscoll, French, Garou, Larson, and Salazar. Signed, Senator Salazar, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, I move when the committee rise and report it, do so with a favorable consideration on Senate File 123, Wyoming Energy Dominance Fund. For explanation, I will go to Senator Beitman, and there is an amendment. We'll have it read in, please.
Read in the Standing Committee amendment, please.
Senate File 123, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 6, line 6.
Senator Beitman, you have both the bill and the Standing Committee amendment. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll spare you the introductory speech that I gave you on introduction that passed 31-0, it passed the committee 5-0. Our bills are dying. We're talking too much. So I'll move the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 123 and ask for your favorable consideration. Standing Committee Amendment simply came in, the State Treasurer's Office came in and said, offered this as a friendly amendment to the bill. Certainly I didn't have a problem with it, and nobody else had a problem with it. It just puts the investment earnings from the Energy Dominance Fund to the fund, credited back to the fund instead of the general fund. Stand for questions.
Thank you. Discussion on the Standing Committee amendment? Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, Senate File 123, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. Back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a Committee of the Whole amendment. I'll yield to the good senator from Baggs to handle that.
Will please read in the Committee of the Whole amendment?
Senate File 123, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 3, line 5.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 123 and ask for your favorable consideration. The way this is currently structured, it intercepts the 50% of the ops to the 1% statutory severance tax, and it spreads that over 2 years. So you'd collect $51 million in 2027, starting the next year you'd collect the other $51 million. And all this does is it takes all of the OPSTA, which is currently split between the school foundation, corpus, and the permanent mineral trust fund. It funds it 1 year instead of spreads it out for 2, and then it goes back to the normal distribution of those funds. So basically, it front loads this to about $103 million instead of spreading that out over 2 years. And then it goes back consistent with what the bill has. So it just changes from spreading out for 2 years to 1 year. And then what the bill does is it turns it back to what those splits between the common school and the permanent mineral trust fund.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion on the amendment, all those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Senator Beitman.
Thank you. It's a good bill. Let's pick up the energy here. Let's vote aye.
Energy dominance. All those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion, the Committee of the Whole rise to report and do so with the due pass recommendation, favorable recommendation on Senate File 123, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 123 is passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 22.
Senate File 22, Unincorporated Nonprofit Associations Amendments, an act relating to corporations, partnerships, and associations, sponsored by the Blockchain Task Force. Referred to Committee Number 9, which provided a due pass recommendation, voting aye. Senators Anderson, Cooper, Rothfuss, excused. Senators Jones and Nethercott, signed Senator Anderson, Chairman.
Thank you for the reading of the bill. Oops. There we go. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure?
Which one is it?
Senator Anderson?
22.
22? Senator Anderson.
Madam Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, they do so with a due pass on Senate File 22, unincorporated nonprofit association amendments. And for an explanation of the good little bill is a subject matter expert, Senator Rothfuss.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I bring Senate File 22, unincorporated nonprofit associations amendments. This was the product of the Select Committee on Blockchain during the interim. This bill is long because of one substitution of language that occurs again and again, but it basically does 3 things. It provides some statutory cleanup based on feedback from stakeholders over the last year. We just enacted this last year, so this is a cleanup bill. It provides a clarification, which is an important policy on page 4, related to defining an administrator and making it clear that an administrator does not have to be a member of the DUNA to be an administrator. It adds 2 definitions, and then as I said, you'll see throughout the bill, for example, on page 9, the insertion of decentralized unincorporated in front of nonprofit association to provide clear delineation between this and a traditional UNA, as is what it's called. This has already been very successful. We've landed probably the largest possible fish out there, a $2 billion blockchain that has relocated and domiciled domestically in the United States because of this law we passed last year. It's kind of a big deal, and we're happy to make these amendments, Madam Chairman.
Discussion on the bill? No discussion? Let's call for the question. Okay. You ready for the question? All those in favor of Senator Anderson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 22, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 22 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 25. Reading clerk, read the order.
Senate File 25, landowner license limits in limited quota hunt areas, an act relating to game and fish, sponsored by Travel, referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation, voting aye, Senator Hicks, Landon, and Schuler. Voting no, Senators Boner and Jones. Signed, Senator Landon, Chairman.
Thank you. You heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Landon?
Madam Chairman, thank you. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 25, landowner license limits in limited quota hunt areas. Fellow senators, this is a product of the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee's interim work. It really dates back to the Wildlife Committee of a couple of years ago. Two of our senators sat on that group and began to try to get arms around some of the issues that face us in the state. The bottom line, senators, is that we don't have enough wildlife to meet the demand out across this state. The Wyoming Game and Fish Commission came to us as well and sought the ability to do what this bill does. Madam Chairman, if you go to page 2 on the bill, you'll see the language, and that is that the commission may promulgate rules to limit the number of landowner licenses issued pursuant to this subsection in any limited quota hunt area. Fellow senators, we did not have unanimous support for this bill, and that in part was seen because other committees actually took up this issue as well. There's a lot of interest in it and a lot of concern on the part of our landowners that they might be zeroed out of the process. So given that concern, our committee did not go the route of putting a baseline of say 20, 30, 40% of those limited quota licenses automatically going to the landowner. Too much diversity out across the state, folks, in terms of, east all the way to west. A lot of different license structure, a lot of different limited quota areas. So what we did was to adopt the standing committee amendment. I would move the standing committee amendment to Senate File 20, standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 25, and ask that you support it.
Senator Landon, could we have that read in
Yes,
first?
thank you.
Go ahead.
Senate File 25, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 10.
Go ahead, Senator.
Madam Chairman, my apologies. I didn't mean to jump the gun there, but I would, just to make it official, move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 25. Under no circumstances shall the commission issue 0 landowner licenses in a limited quoted area if the applications from eligible landowners. That, I think, helps to address some of the concerns that came to us from our landowner groups. So, fellow senators, the bottom line is there are times when in limited quota areas there aren't any licenses, and we completely close out the public in situations like that. So that's really what we would like as a committee. It came out of the interim almost unanimously. The idea is to give a full spectrum of options to our Game and Fish Commission. That's what the bill does, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment? Question on the amendment? All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion to adopt the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 25, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay, that amendment is passed. Back on the bill. Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Once again, I have my paper to read off of. The reason I voted against this on introduction is because there needs to be a floor in this, possibly 50-50. Maybe an amendment that we will reconsider when the Game and Fish completes their investigations to determine whether landowners actually qualify for tags. But we don't punish these verified landowners and give Game and Fish the ability to cap verified landowners without some sort of floor. as a solution for the problem that they themselves created. Reminder, your landowners provide the forage for these animals year-round. We shouldn't be penalizing the landowners that do this without some sort of a fair cap put in place. Thank you.
Other discussion? Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, want to disclose to the Senate, and I'm on conflict of interest now, but I want to disclose to the Senate, our ranches are in hunt areas where there are some limited quotas. We do on occasion, members of the family do on occasion get a landowner license. I don't think I have a conflict of interest on this bill because I don't think any of those areas are, there's there. I don't think they're ones where the landowners are excluding the general public. And so I want to disclose that yes, we do get them, but I don't think I've got a conflict. And I want to say while I'm on my feet that I very much support this bill. I think it introduces an element of fairness, Madam Chairman, to the general public, so they aren't cut out of hunting opportunities by the existence of too many landowner licenses. And as I read the amendment that passed, and I hope I'm reading it correctly, that there's a number of ways they could achieve this of not issuing zero, one of which would be to cut it from 2 to 1 landowner licenses for particular species, or every other year, or every 3rd year, or every 4th year, something like that, so that you could have a decent balance, Madam Chairman, where everybody'd get a fair chance, and I think that's what this bill is trying to do, and on and for the bill.
Senator French?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with Senator, there should be 50-50. You know, that amendment saying absolutely not zero, well, it could be 1%, 2%, 5%. I agree with the senator that the hunting community, this bothers them if in a limited quota area that maybe there's no tags available for them. I get it. I'm a hunter, I've been a lifelong hunter, I understand. But to cut those landowners out possibly 100% is not right. Just is not right.
Other discussion? Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and try to bring a little light on this, is the problematic thing of setting a cap or a limit, 40%, 20%, 90%. Limited quota areas are scattered all over the state. And so I'll use a couple real world examples. So we have a limited quota elk area between here and just north of here that's 95% private. That unit it's limited quota, 95% private. And so you set that cap and you say, well, they'll get 40% of the tags. The trouble is the public still can't get on there. We might as well give 95% of the tags to the landowner. And then you go west and you move over into those large public land areas, which I have over there, and you have a situation where you have a population, again, we'll use the example of elk, the unit's 70% public land. And the elk spend 90% of their time on public land, but now you're gonna give 50% of the licenses to landowners? It's because there's literally dozens and dozens and dozens of these limited quota units for every species out there. And within those, and if you go into Game and Fish's own database, they'll show you the percentage of public land in those. And so you'll have one that's 60% public land, one that's 80, one that's 20. But if you just say, well, we're just gonna issue 50% of the tags to the landowners, there's no equity in that. And the reason that we've allowed that flexibility is so the department can go through their normal process, and it will be a unit by unit determination based on how much private land is there, where do those animals reside, and gives them the flexibility to go from never zero. They could go up to 95% because it's 95% public land. And you have to put that flexibility in there. Those, every year, they go out and they establish those. They take public comment at season-setting meetings, and it allows them the flexibility to adjust those permits for based on that percentage of ownership. So if it's predominantly private land, why would you cap it at 40% or 50%? When in reality, that 95% of the tags should probably be going to landowners, particularly where we have overpopulations of elk. So that's the reason that we did not set a hard percentage number on there, because what works in this unit is clearly unfair to either the landowners or the public in the other unit. And so you have to allow that discretion. And they do this every year with their season-setting meetings and their quotas, and you can go in there and go to those meetings. They'll show you exactly how many permits they're going to issue. You can look at how much public land's there, and then they have the discretion to move that from anywhere almost, not zero, all the way up to 95 to 100%. But you have to allow that discretion so there's parity between the private landowners and the public owners.
Any further discussion? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So when you say that a large percentage of the land in the, I assume you're talking about the checkerboard area, is public, it's perceived as public. 52% of that land is owned by a separate organization, and they're shareholders. So yes, we pay for that forage, and we pay for the forage for that wildlife. I would be interested in knowing if the TRW committee actually asked Game and Fish how many landowners this summer, because they said they were going to start these investigations to really verify whether certain landowners actually qualified for hunting tags. I would be interested in knowing if our TRW committee asked those questions and how many they actually got done this summer and this fall. Thank you.
Further discussion? Let's see. Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, I don't fully understand the question. Be happy to try to provide an answer to that on second reading if the bill goes through. Would be glad to go offline and have a good visit. We received a lot of testimony during the interim. We visited with every one of the constituent groups, and I really appreciate the senator from Carbon County with a lot of knowledge on this front. He was one of our senators that served on that wildlife committee, along with the senator from the tower up in the Northeast. These are guys with a lot of expert knowledge on this front too. We completely recognize all of the landowner issues on that committee. This was not a unanimous out of the committee itself. So it's very much an issue that needs a lot of work. It's going to continue to need a lot of work, Madam Chairman. There are pressures out across our state that we've never seen before. It's going to get worse before it even gets better, if it ever gets better. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of interest in the wildlands out there and sportsman activities, and this just gives the Game and Fish Commission an open effort to be able to try to address these limited quota areas. I think it's in a pretty good spot. We can continue to work the bill. Hope you'll support it tonight. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay. I think you're probably ready for the question. All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 25, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Okay, I think that has passed. The next bill up, I either need Senator Rothfuss or Senator Bartle. One of you guys come up for just one bill. That'd be great.
Senate File 25, it passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration, Senate File 35. Reading clerk.
Senate File 35, School District Cell Phone and Smart Watch Policies and Act Relating to Education, sponsored by Senator Schuler, referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a do pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Brennan, Olson, Rothfuss, Schuler, and Scott. Signed, Senator Schuler, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Schuler?
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 35 do pass. And I will explain the bill myself, since it happens to have my name on it. There is one amendment in there that's a standing committee amendment, if that could be read in.
Please so.
Senate File 35, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 3.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a bill, I think it's something that we need. Every school district, we want to have the best possible environment for our students that we can. We want them to be able to focus on their schoolwork and hopefully maybe take care of some of the discipline issues that we've seen with the increased cell phone usage. Around 30 states right now, I think, have bans on cell phone usage. But this bill doesn't put a ban on it, it just requires every school district to have their own policy. So whether if a school district decides to have a bell-to-bell, or just allow usage before school, lunch, or after school, or whether a district wants to let each building administrator do their own thing, or not ban cell phones at all, this bill allows that. And what the bill asks is just the district have a conversation and get with their students and their staff and their school boards and all the stakeholders and ask them, what would you like to have in your handbooks that concern cell phones in our district? A smaller school with low numbers maybe just wants to let each building make their own decision. Maybe they won't want to allow elementary, middle school kids, maybe they'll allow high school kids. Basically, this bill is a local control bill in that they can make it fit their school and they can make it fit their community as they see fit. And as I said before, when I surveyed, it was a little over a dozen schools, or about a third of them had a policy and the rest of them did not, but a couple of them were working on policy. So it's obvious we need to do something, I think. And at the end of the day, hopefully all the stakeholders can feel good about the policy that their school district has, and their school board will approve it, and they send it to the state superintendent, and they can check that off. And we do that just with districts now with their discipline plans, so this will be very similar. So I think what we're going to find is we'll have better focus, less discipline problems, fewer issues with sexting and cyberbullying once we get rid of the issues with the addictive nature. So I just wanted to mention one more thing. One of the districts in my county has developed a bell-to-bell policy, and the positive changes that they're telling me is they're amazing. The kids are actually talking at lunch, they're talking and visiting, they're seeing a drop in discipline problems. And my hope is that eventually, once we get the data on these schools that are doing maybe different kinds of bans, maybe we'll see some changes with seeing even higher test scores and increased focus on their schoolwork. So again, I hope you will support this bill. I think it's a good thing for our students in Wyoming.
Thank you. You want to deal with the standing committee amendment while I don't see anybody rising for discussion?
Yes,
so
let's
we
go
can
ahead
move
and do that.
Please proceed.
I would move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 35. Honestly, this is a really good catch. Good senator from Cheyenne, the tall senator, started talking a little bit about smart glasses. When we were having discussion on this bill, I'd never heard of them, but they sound like they're pretty cool. But I guess these smart glasses can do anything that a computer can. So we decided to add that, and that's really all that amendment does. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Discussion on the amendment, discussion on the amendment, seeing none. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Discussion on the bill and seeing none. All those in favor. Senator Schuler's motion, the Committee of the Whole rise to report it, do so with it. Do pass recommendation. Senate File 35, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 35 is passed Committee of the Whole. I just want to know, Senator Schuler, is there a carve-out for flip phones? Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 54.
Thank you.
Senate File 54, State Banks and SPDI Conversions, an act relating to banks, banking, and finance, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss, referred to Committee Number 9, which returned a do pass recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Anderson, Cooper, Nethercott, Rothfuss. Excuse Senator Jones. Signed, Senator Anderson, Chairman.
The reading of the bill, what is your pleasure? Oh, whoops. Sorry. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 54, state banks and SPDI conversions do pass. And to discuss the bill as a subject matter expert, Senator Rothfuss.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate File 54, State Banks and Speedy Conversions, was the work of the Interim Select Committee on Blockchain. This bill is very simple and straightforward, even though it's several pages. It allows for state chartered banks to convert to become a special purpose depository institution, or alternatively, a special purpose depository institution to become a state chartered bank. We worked extensively with the Division of Banking and the Banking Commissioner to draft this consistent with the rest of our statutes on financial institution conversion. So it's just one of those belt and suspender type policies to put in statute to ensure that financial institutions have a clear path from one type to another type if they so desire. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the good senator? Oops, hang on. Senator Hyde, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Does it allow for bullion depositories for physical precious metals?
Senator Rothfuss?
Madam Chairman, not quite yet.
Any other discussion? Okay, the question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Anderson's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 54, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 54 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 55. If the reading clerk could read that.
Senate File 55, Special Purpose Depository Institution Amendments, an act relating to banks, banking, and finance, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss, referred to Committee Number 9, which returned a due pass recommendation, voting aye, Senator Anderson, Cooper, Jones, Nethercott, and Rothfuss, signed Senator Anderson, Chairman.
Okay, let's see, let me find you.
I've heard it.
Okay, you've heard.
I've heard the reading.
Yes, you have, so.
I've heard the reading,
Please-
Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Please go
I move
ahead.
that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with a recommendation that Senate File 55, Special Purpose Depository Institution Amendments do pass. And to explain it is the subject matter expert, Senator Rothfuss.
This seems like deja vu, but Senator Rothfuss, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Senate File 55, Special Purpose Depository Institution Amendments was again the product of the Blockchain Select Committee during the interim. This is a response to requests by our Banking Commissioner to make some amendments to how the Speedy Banks are operating. As you may recall, we have 5 operating Speedy Banks that are performing quite well. We look forward to having more. And these revisions were suggested by the Banking Commissioner, recognizing their business practices and how things have gone in the years. The first revision is to provide that banking decisions related to appeals of the Board of Banking would go to the Chancery Court. That's an important provision so that we have appropriate Chancery Court expertise in this space. There's a lot in this legislation on pages 2 through 5 about provisions related to the startup and operation of a Speedy Bank with regard to commencement of business operations and certificate authority, as well as requirements for when the capital needs to be in place that are more appropriate, allowing for a 1-year timeline instead of a 6-month timeline to get that commencement of operation. And then the final key provision is the establishment of a special purpose depository institution resolution fund account with Speedy Banks. Because they're not FDIC insured, the commissioner would like the same type of flexibility that he has with trusts, where there's a resolution account in case there's a need to unwind the Speedy Bank, that there's a fund available to use to unwind the Speedy Bank. I know that was very high level, but in the interest of time, I'm keeping it high level. Also, there is a repealer on page 8 that relates to the over-collateralization of the 100% reserve to 102% reserve. Now that these have been up and running, the commissioner has recommended that for the ease of use, we scale back from the 102% reserve to 100% depository reserve for the Speedy Bank, so that's the repealer. That's the bill, and again, happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on Senate File 55? No questions? Okay. Ready for the question then. All those in favor of Senator Anderson's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 55, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 55 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 66. Will the reading clerk read it?
Senate File 66, donated hunting licenses, amendments, and act relating to game and fish, sponsored by Senator French, referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a do-pass recommendation. Voting ayes, Senators Boner, Hicks, Jones, Landon, and Schuler. Signed, Senator Landon, Chairman.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Landon?
Madam Chairman, thank you. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a do-pass recommendation on Senate File 66 for an explanation of donated hunting licenses amendments. I would ask that you call on the tall senator from Park County. Thank you.
Would that be Senator French? Just checking.
Yeah, well, thank you, Madam Chairman. The older I get, the wider I get. Maybe that's what he was referring to. Thank you. This comes from the Disabled Hunters group in Park County. And every year they get donated license, whatever, deer, elk, antelope. And then they have applicants from all across the United States that apply for them, and they go through a vetting process and they choose, I think it's around 20 some, and they get over 100 requests every year. And I just, as a side note, before I go into this, I get 2 antelope landowner tags each year, and I donate one of them to this group, the Disabled Hunters group. And then they give it to whoever. And often they come on my property and get their antelope. And they have a group of volunteers that will scout an area, and the antelope are, let's say an antelope buck, it's pretty predictable. They'll have a territory, and they'll watch these buck antelope for long time until this person comes. So then they'll take them out there and with whatever, a track chair, whatever, and help them harvest their animals. So it's really a great program. But there's just a few minor amendments that they wanted, and so I'm bringing it on their behalf. On page 5 of the bill, page 2 of the bill, line 5, starting at the end of line 4, it says, the current language said 20 years of age or younger. They wanted that changed, that stricken to say not less than 12, because that's the legal hunting age. So instead of being somewhat vague, 20 years or younger, to more definite, not less than 12. So 12 and older. Then if you go down in the bill to page 18, God, here I go again. Line 18, they wanted the or stricken. So it wouldn't be either or, it would read to a veteran with disabilities, a person with a permanent disability, who uses a wheelchair. And then on 19, they added, or a person who is vision impaired. And then on line 23 at the bottom of page 2, they just added that, a person who is vision impaired. So that's pretty simple, that's the bill, and I bring it on behalf of the Disabled Hunters Group.
Okay, questions on Senate File 66?
Question.
Okay, question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 66, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. Okay, that bill has passed Committee of the Whole, Senate File 66. The next bill, I'm going to probably have to call on Senator Barlow or Senator somebody to come up and help. Sorry.
Get my exercise here. Next bill for consideration is Senate File 84.
Senate File 84, Voluntary Water Conservation Program, an act relating to water within Wyoming's portion of the Colorado River Basin, sponsored by Water, referred to committee number 5, re-referred to committee, which returned a do pass as amended recommendation, voting aye. Senators Crago, aye. Love, McEwen, and Pearson, signed Senator Ide, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 84 do pass. And I will hand it over to Senator Boner from the Select Water Committee.
Thank you. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that has been worked heavily over the interim, dealing with a very important and pressing issue with the Colorado River Basin. As a reminder, as we discussed on the introduction, the idea here is to establish a voluntary program for reducing water consumptions with the hope that it will aid in providing a compromise between our state and the other basin states, but also if that compromise fails, this could be a very important tool for protecting water rights and providing some water certainty for our water users. So I'll do just a brief overview of the bill. You'll see the definitions at the beginning of the bill, but then you go through the application process, starting on 41-3 118B. Really anybody who's currently using a water right has the opportunity to apply, but it's also a very transparent process where you have a requirement that the applicant make a good faith effort to provide notice of the project and certify that they've done as such. Then you have the potential application, or the application being posted on the website. There's no injury allowed to other water rights, so certainly you can think of situations where your irrigation might affect your neighbor. We're not injuring somebody who isn't applying, and there's an opportunity, once again, for that public process through the state engineer's office. Now, the bill does have the limited authority to shepherd water, where basically, but it's only if the stream is already under regulation. So that's only under very limited circumstances to make sure the program actually has the intended effect in those circumstances. And it's important also to understand that there's a requirement that if you're going to be part of the program, you're actually currently using the water. So it has to have an impact. It can't be somebody who's not currently using their water rights to apply for this program. It's important also to understand that you're limited to 5 years, and once you use the 5 years as part of this program, you have to use your water rights for the next 2 years at least. And most importantly, maybe the most important part of the bill is this bill protects participating water rights from abandonment. So if you're part of this program, normally if you don't use your water rights for an extended period of time, you'd be subject to abandoning those water rights. We protect those water users in this bill. And it's really important to understand there's an appeal process too. If there's a disagreement saying, you're hurting, my neighbor wants to be a part of this program, that hurts me, and there's just a disagreement, there's a appeals process, first to the Board of Control and ultimately to the district court. So that nothing too terribly different there. There's a term limit, no new applications after July 1st, 2032. And then it gives explicit authorization to store water in Fontenelle Reservoir, and then allow the state engineer to assess other reservoirs that may be appropriate for storage. 2 FTEs is a part of this bill, one in Cheyenne, the other one in Division 4. And then, once again, the whole goal here is to allow us to participate in the larger Upper Basin program where
where all the other states have some form of this program already in place. I think it's really important that we, as we continue to negotiate and find a resolution, and we have this tool in the toolbox, finally ending up with some findings, rulemaking authority, and effective immediately. So that's the bill, very briefly. Very important bill. And there's also a standing committee amendment, which I would defer to the member of the Select Water Committee who was in the standing committee meeting. So.
Any discussion on the bill? Want to go to the standing committee amendment? Have that read in. Please read the standing committee amendment.
Senate File 84, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 3, after line 13.
On the amendment, Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 84 and ask for your favorable consideration. On page 1, line 3 and 7, we've added definitions for curtailment and involuntary water use. And these were recommendations from the state engineer's office and the task force. I'll keep going. Next, on page 1, line 22, there's a requirement for the state engineer to provide notice of the program and conservation project applications, providing the opportunity for water right holders to receive such notice by mail or electronically. On page 2, line 24, they've added a provision that exempts information provided by the applicant or included as part of the project from the Wyoming Public Records Act. This allows application and project information to be shared with other water right holders and interested stakeholders without violating the Public Records Act. Next, on page 2, line 32, they added notification provisions that will require the state engineer to publish notice of the program in at least 3 newspapers published in the basin 1 time each week for 3 consecutive weeks. And then on page 3, line 1, to publish notice in at least 2 Wyoming trade publications. And then on line 9, to hold at least 3 public meetings in the basin. So that should be the exclamation, yeah, whichever. That should tell you what the amendment says.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, we're voting on Standing Committee Amendment Number 1. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Hicks on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, just a little bit of discussion on the public, or in the 3 papers within the Colorado River Basin, and the question there being, as one of the largest users within Wyoming section of the Colorado River Basin as far as water right holders isn't in the basin. It's the city of Cheyenne. About 40% of their drinking water supply comes out of the Colorado River Basin, is over here, and that's not uncommon. You have the Navajo project in Colorado's got 9 trans-basin. So we have all kinds of water projects that are outside of the basin, and I was wondering if that was contemplated, because they hold a significant water right over there that maybe we ought to say, or in those areas where the water's going. But was there any discussion to that at all?
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, that didn't come up in the committee meeting, but I would sure work with you if we could, if you want, to come up with something.
Back on the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. Back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Ide's motion when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 84. Please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 84 is passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 90. Reading clerk.
Senate File 90, School Facilities Use Fees, an act relating to education imposed, sponsored by Senator Brennan, referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Brennan, Olson, Rothfuss, Schuler, and Scott. Signed, Senator Schuler, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Schuler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 90 do pass. And with that, I would turn the time over to the good senator from Cheyenne.
Senator Brennan. There's also a standing committee amendment when you're ready for that.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the body, this is another bill that's a bit of an old friend. This is one that passed through here a couple of years ago, and I have brought it back with, I think as we do, we learn from bills of the past, and so I brought this back with a few amendments. But what this bill attempts to do is address the facility use fees that a school district can charge for the use of their property by youth clubs and activities that are not sponsored by the district. What we're finding is there's quite a bit of variance of what a school district will charge youth clubs and organizations to use their facilities. We had a lot of great testimony in committee on this bill. There's everything from districts that charge $30 an hour up to some with $100 an hour. I know in my district, we're the district has tried to charge the swim team up to $40,000 to $50,000 a year for the swim club to use their facilities. So what we're doing with this bill is we're just asking for some fairness and transparency for our youth to be able to use the school facilities for their activities and club organizations. Many of our communities, and sometimes we hear that it's, many of our small communities, the school is the only place because they don't have rec centers, but even some of our large school districts, such as the one that you're sitting in now, is the only place for these clubs to practice because there's not a activity center. So what this does is it just says that each district shall have a policy where they cannot exceed the hourly rate of personal equipment and utilities for, and we'll go back, there's an amendment that changes a little bit. In fact, let's have that standing committee amendment read in at this time.
Could we have that standing committee read in, please?
Yeah.
Senate File 90, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, lines 11 through 14.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you. I would move Standing Committee Amendment 1 to Senate File 90 and ask for your favorable aye vote. What this Standing Committee Amendment does is on page 2 of the bills, line 11 through 14, it strikes the existing language and amends it. It's amended based on testimony, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of the committee here in just responding to testimony. And so what this does is it says that we cannot exceed the hourly rate of personal equipment, utilities, and supply costs actually incurred by the district for the specific use of the property during each rental period. It limits the district to incremental costs that would not otherwise have been incurred. And then nothing in this paragraph shall be construed to require the district to charge any fee, and the district may permit use without charge. We wanted to make sure that it was very clear to districts that you didn't charge anything, you were not obligated to charge anything. But if you do charge something, then there needs to be reasonable fees. And with that, I would ask for a favorable aye vote on the standing committee amendment.
Discussion on the standing committee amendment. Seeing none. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Would you like to go to standing committee of the whole amendment number 1?
We can do that. We can have that one read at
Please read in.
time.
Reading clerk. Senate File 90, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 2, lines 11 through 14.
Senator Brennan.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What Committee of the Whole Amendment?
Go ahead and move it while you're there, please.
Thank you. I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 90 and ask for your favorable aye vote. What this does is it takes and adds on to the bill, and I want to thank my a co-senator from my county that came up with this because what we heard in testimony is that some of these organizations, they're having difficulties with use fees, and then some districts are requiring that these youth organizations be registered as a nonprofit. And so what this does is it ensures that these youth organizations are not required to be registered as any sort of a nonprofit organization as a prerequisite for the use of the school property. And with that, I would ask for your favorable aye vote on this amendment.
Discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1. Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, Senate File 90, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Back on the bill.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, with that, we have almost covered the whole bill with those two amendments. However, on page 216, we do add that, and this is really important, that this is upon request. So a club or organization would have to request this, but that upon their request, that the school district would need to provide with them an itemized statement identifying the district's personnel, equipment, and utility costs incurred for the specific use of the property, and that they would have 15 days to do this. This is not a requirement that they would have to do this every time. This is just a request that if the youth organization requested that the district would have to provide that. On page 3 of the bill, section 2, we ensure that any agreements between a youth organization and a school district that is in place already would stay in place already, so this doesn't mess up anything that is actively taking place, and that this act is effective July 1, 2026. And with that, I would ask for your favorable aye vote on the bill.
Discussion on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Senator Lynn.
Mr. Chairman, just really fast.
Thank you,
Two things. I wonder a little bit about insurance issues, and I would also say that this is quite a heavy lift for a lot of the facilities managers out across the state. It's really a shame that clubs and folks down here have run into such a difficult problem, but I would just say, having done this job, it's a very, very difficult one. And I just wonder if part of the requirements that used to be in place or that we're trying to correct here might have been related to insurance, and we can talk about that later. Thank you.
Further discussion, further discussion. Seeing none. Like I said, seeing none.
Question.
Senator Brennan.
No, I don't need an answer to that tonight. No.
That was 2 strikes.
Can't see me, can't hear me. I know I'm down here in the corner. If I just might respond to those questions. There is issues with some of the insurance, and that was discussion and kind of something that we saw a while back. The issue is that some school districts have private insurance and some use state insurance. And so that is one that we've talked about that really will take a deeper dive and maybe an interim study to get a handle on the insurance piece. And for that reason, this bill does not address any issues with insurance. As far as, is this just a problem in one district? Realizing that there might possibly be some burden on this. This is not just a problem in this district. This is a problem that has been found to be in many districts throughout the state, and there's districts out towards the west that have, in the 2 years since this was first ran, I think they're starting to see some issues with this and it getting worse, and some issues up in the middle north part of the state. So this isn't just one school district with this issue, this is statewide.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill? Further seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Schuler's motion when the committee of the whole rise support and do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 90, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 90 is passed committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 26. Please refer to the board, folks, because there's still bills coming up.
Senate File 26, Game and Fish Property Tax Exemption Amendments, an act relating to taxation and revenue sponsored by travel. Referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a do-pass recommendation, voting aye, Senators Boner, Hicks, Landon, Jones, and Schuler, signed Senator Landon, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would move that when the committee of the whole rise to report to do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 26, Game and Fish Property Tax Exemption Amendments. And for an explanation of the bill, I would ask that you call on the Vice Chairman of the committee from Sweetwater County.
Senator Jones.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I will go over this slick and fast. This is a bill that has to do with Wyoming Game and Fish paying taxes on their properties. And this bill brings it into line with the other state agencies and how they are treated. They don't pay taxes on their properties. This bill doesn't totally wipe out all of their taxes. They will still pay taxes on their land that is used for wildlife management and employee housing. And I guess one of the points of this is that the Wyoming Wildlife Management is funded almost entirely by hunters and anglers, and it's not general taxpayer dollars. So this bill is getting rid of some of those taxes and just making it just like the other state agencies. I'll stand for questions.
Discussion on the bill, discussion on the bill. Seeing none. All those in favor of, one more in the back. Senator Case.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, it's a little bit more complicated than all that. In our Constitution, it provides for if something is not for a government purpose, it should pay taxes. Now, what is the definition of government purpose? We try to do that on this floor. It's not quite clear. For example, is housing by a nonprofit hospital a government purpose? And we've argued about that. Some assessors look one way, some are different. In the case of game and fish and housing, sometimes those game warden places are actually places where people go to pick up licenses or talk about hunt areas. They're part of the deal. But none of this is that clear. And we have neglected to really think about the basics of what is a government purpose when we grant these tax exemptions. I would proceed cautiously.
Thank you. Further discussion on the bill. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and glad to help out, and really a good question by the good chairman from Lander. So these game and fish properties that are outlined in this bill and would heretofore become exempt would be the district headquarter facilities. It is not the housing, and we had good testimony in committee, and the group that supports our counties out across the state is in good. They are good with this bill because it does not include those housing facilities. We have a lot of housing on hatcheries. We've got game warden housing out across. And it could have been argued, and we could have had in the bill some of those game warden properties. Even though they're a house, they do serve as a 24-hour, place of business. But this bill doesn't include those. It only includes the work facilities of the game and fish. It does not include the ag lands, by the way. This would benefit the department to the tune of $400,000 to $500,000 each year in the taxes they pay, which, as the good senator from Sweetwater County pointed out, those are taxes that are being paid by fishing and hunting license purchasers. And so it's just a fairness bill, and I think it covers what the concern was that was brought forth. So hope that helps.
Yeah, Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Hicks.
and it's not just comparable to what we do state agencies. If you got county shops, those are exempt from property taxes. If you got local governments, it's just we don't tax those governmental entities on their buildings that they use for governmental purposes. And so this just brings it in line. They are the exception out there all the way through statutes, and it just brings it in the same as if you're a county, a special district, a municipality, or another state agency. Just brings it in line and makes it conforming with every other one of those governmental entities that doesn't pay property taxes on their buildings that are used specifically for governmental purposes.
Further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Lana's motion with the Committee of the Whole rise report, it is so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 26, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 26 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our Senate file for consideration is Senate File 96.
Senate File 96, Tobacco Sales and Taxation, an act relating to tobacco, sponsored by Senator Pappas, referred to Committee Number 3, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senator Dockstader, aye, McEwen, Pappas. Voting no, Senator Case. Signed, Senator McEwen, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Senator McEwen.
When the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 96 do pass. And with that, I'll turn it over to Senator Pappas.
Senator McEwen, do you want to just go ahead and move that standing committee amendment too, so that'll save us a little bit? Or actually, could we have it read in and then you can move it, please?
Senate File 96, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 4, line 12.
Senator McEwen.
I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 96.
Thank you.
And
Senator,
with that, I'll turn it over to Senator Pappas.
thank you, sir. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or yes, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you Senate File 96. This is a piece of a proposed legislation that is changing some provisions in our tobacco taxes, which was some of the longest, the oldest statutes we have on record, and so we need to bring them up to speed. So what this does, first of all, it's clarifying that wholesalers are prohibited from making sales or delivery of nicotine products to minors. That's not in our statute right now. So we're doing that. Number 2, it's providing for the imposition of tobacco taxes on remote retail sellers of cigars and pipe tobacco. We cannot do that right now. Number 3, it's requiring remote retail sellers to obtain a license. They don't have to do that right now. And number 4, it's establishing a maximum tax of the excise tax on cigars. It's putting a cap, and that's something that's happening nationwide. We have a 20% excise tax right now. 17 states have already gone to a cap. The federal excise tax is capped. So basically, we're just mimicking the way that taxation of cigars is progressing in this country. So just as we needed to update our statute several years ago to impose sales tax on online retail sales, you may recall Wayfair versus South Dakota, thanks to my good friend Deb Peters, retired Deb Peters, a senator from South Dakota, who brought us that legislation. We are now able, on most products sold online, to be able to capture sales tax. What we're trying to do here is also be able to update our statutes so we can capture the state excise tax on remote sellers, okay? So this will level the playing field between local retailers and those selling to the state remotely. This bill was actually requested by local retailers. We have very few shops in the state, but they are materially harmed because most of the cigars sold in the state, the plethora of cigars are sold here, are from online sources. And the reason why it's a problem for cigars and pipe tobacco is because of the PACT Act. The PACT Act, which means Prevent All Cigar Trafficking Act, restricted tobacco products, cigarettes and many nicotine products from being transported through the mail. They exempted cigars and pipe tobacco. So cigars and pipe tobacco can be sent via mail to consumers directly. This is a problem, not a problem for people who buy cigars. Obviously, they like to buy online. But for the taxation, there is a problem. Since there's no tax imposed on the seller, the tax actually is still due, and it's imposed on the consumer. Most consumers who buy cigars online do not realize that there is tax due, and if they are found, certainly the Department of Revenue can send them a bill. Anyhow, this legislation is trying to change that so that we actually tax the seller, just like is required for our brick and mortar stores. So this puts our brick and mortar stores on an even keel. If we tax them at the same wholesale rate as the brick and mortar stores, which are remitting the tax now, then that helps our brick and mortar stores. Now the other item is the cap. So the cap varies between states, anywhere from 20 cents to 50 cents. 30 cents seems to be the common place where most people are setting. The federal excise tax, which is charged before it even, we even see that, is capped at 40 cents. But in Wyoming, there is no cap. And so that's a blatantly unfair tax to the consumer, because cigarettes are taxed by the unit, 3 cents a cigarette, okay? Doesn't matter what the price of the cigarette is. Moist snuff is taxed at 60 cents an ounce. Doesn't matter what the cost is. Cigars, however, and pipe tobacco are different. They're taxed on the price. So if you buy a wholesale, if the cigar is a $1 at a wholesale price, you will have to pay a 20 cent excise tax, state excise tax. But cigars can be wildly expensive. I mean, it's not uncommon to see a $60 or $70 cigar, which will retail at maybe 40, or I mean wholesale at maybe 40. That's at 20%, that's $8 of tax. Now that's on top of federal excise tax, that's on top of sales tax, and that's on top of now the 15 to 18% tariffs that we're seeing from cigar products coming from every other place. So this intent, the intent is here is to set it at 30 cents to a more reasonable cap that is at a price that is seen to be logical for most of the states that are going that way. So in the bill, basically there's, you'll see on page 2, the wholesaler, on line 13, we're going to require the wholesaler to now, is not permitted to sell to the under age 21 folks. Pages 2 through 4 are definitions. Won't get into any of those. The bottom page 4, we're expanding a new taxable event, and that new taxable event is the sale by, if you see on page 5, line 4, wholesalers now they could sell for resale, but now wholesalers, if they sell directly, are captured into this excise tax. At the bottom of the page, remote retail sale is also captured. And so going on to page 6 and 7 is all the meats and bones. I won't get into that. A lot of it's conforming language. And then the taxation rate, which is basically on page 8 and 9. Again, I won't, for expediency, I won't get into all the language, but the 20-cent percent excise tax is now capped at 30 cents. So I would leave it at that, and, excuse me, and then on page 10, I forgot, this includes, requires permits and licensing for the remote sellers on page 10. So please, any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
How about we address the questions on the bill? Questions? How about we address the standing committee amendment? Who wants to take care of that?
Yes, standing committee amendment number 1. I move standing committee number 1 and ask your favorable consideration. This was some work by the committee. I don't have that in front of me. Yeah, thank you. The committee decided to change the amount. So Wayfair set an amount of a threshold for collecting tax. It was 200 transactions or $100,000. Since then, we have gotten rid of the 200 transactions in Wyoming, but we still have the $100,000. In committee, we were discussing that $100,000 in Wyoming, that's a lot of cigars. I don't think I'm going to hit that limit. But so it was thought that we should drop that amount. So I have a different amendment coming up that will put this back in, but I think that there's some issues with changing from what other states are doing. Some states, no one has gone lower than $100,000. There's some states that have raised it. So there's some question whether there's some legalities here and some precedent based on Wayfair, whether we get in trouble lowering it below 100,000. So anyhow, I would suggest you don't vote for this.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion seeing none. All those in favor of standing committee amendment? Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, it's a standing committee amendment. Want to defend the standing committee amendment. It didn't get defended in that presentation. So Wayfair deals with a sales tax. That's where the $100,000 came about. It hasn't really been tested with respect to an excise tax. It could be the $100,000. It could be something less would be upheld. But can you imagine someone selling $100,000 of cigars to Wyoming in a year? I can't really. So the number of sales of 200, that'd probably be a better way to go. And that's a possibility. In the committee, we really didn't get an answer from the department that I felt was satisfactory. They said they believe they could actually go after these now because they don't think they're bound by, the Wayfair gives some guidance, but they're not bound by the limits. But Mr. Chairman, I would support the amendment. We'll get more answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Case. Further discussion on the amendment? Further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor, standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chairs in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed? The amendment is adopted 11-10. We're back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. discussion on the bill. Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator McEwen's motion when the Committee of the Whole rise report, it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 96, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 96 is passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 85. Reading clerk.
Senate File 85, Raven Act, an act relating to the Division of Criminal Investigation, sponsored by Senator Nethercott, referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a do-pass recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Crago, Kolb, Olson. Excuse, Senators Crum and Hicks.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises a report, that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 85 do pass, and I'll turn over the explanation of the bill to the bill sponsor.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good Senators, Senate File 85, the Raven Act, which stands for Resource Allocation for Victim and Enforcement Needs. As you recall, on introduction, I provided some alarming statistics that Wyoming is experiencing, and I'll just summarize that highly. There's been an increase in the last 2 years of about 41% of additional activity concerning internet crimes against children. There's been approximately 25 victims identified in the state of Wyoming and thousands of active investigations concerning non-child victims, but associated with child exploitation crimes in Wyoming. This bill intends to provide, despite that increase in criminal activity, they've had no increase in funding. As previously mentioned, some of that funding came from the feds. That funding has come to an end and has not been increased. And so the Raven Act intends to provide a dedicated source of funding for the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. The bill appropriates $800,000 annually, 1.6 a biennium, for the sole purpose of supporting the Internet Crimes Against Unit Task Force to prevent and child sexual exploitation. For that, good senators, I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Discussion on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Discussion seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion when the Committee of the Whole rise report, it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 85, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 85 is passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for your consideration is Senate File 56. Reading clerk.
Senate File 56, Kratom Product Regulation, an act relating to food and drugs, sponsored by Senator Landon, referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a do pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Crago, Crum, Kolb, Olson. Excuse, Senator Hicks. Signed, Senator Olson.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Olson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises the report, that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 56 do pass. There is a standing committee amendment, and I'll ask that that be read in at this time.
Senate File 56, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, above line 1.
All right, and I will move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 56 and ask for your no vote. So hopefully you're awake. So this is a good amendment. It was brought in conjunction between the committee and the sponsor of the bill, but the amendment does pretty radically alter the bill. So the bill is about regulating kratom, and the committee wanted to take it a step further to a complete ban on kratom in the state of Wyoming. That's probably a really long conversation and something that you don't want to have tonight. And I think that it's a conversation that this body is probably going to have in the future. This could easily be an interim topic. But for right now, I think we want to preserve the sanctity of the bill and what its original intention was. So I'm going to ask that you vote no on that, and then I'll turn it over to the bill sponsor.
Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, on the standing committee amendment, as sponsor of the bill, I agree with the good chairman. I think voting no on the standing committee amendment will bring the bill back to its original form, and then we can discuss real briefly tonight where the bill is. But we have talked. Appreciate the good chairman. Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment. Okay, no discussion on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion to adopt the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 56, and he's asked to vote no, please say aye. All those in favor, those who are not in favor, please say no. Oh, good answer. Okay, that has been defeated. Back on the bill, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I will turn over the explanation of the bill to the bill sponsor.
Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you, and I'm going to slow down a little bit, but be brief, because I want to get this right. You might remember on the introduction of this bill, I explained to you that a good friend, a constituent, came to me about 1.5 years ago. She had lost her son to suicide. The coroner confirmed that this product was prevalent in his system at that time. And so her request of me is that we bring something to take a look at regulating this product. So that's what brings it to us, Madam Chairman. And briefly tonight, let me just read some notes that were sent to me by one of our honor students over at the University of Wyoming, who's taken a great interest in this bill and has done a ton of research. I would just say, by the way, that the compelling testimony that we got in the Judiciary Committee really, I think, compelled that committee to do whatever it could on this product. It was absolutely amazing, the testimony that we received. Kratom is a problem in Wyoming, and we need to get a handle on it. I think the bill, now that it stands 21 years of age and older, that's a good step in the right direction, and I hope you'll support the bill tonight. Remember, kratom is quite a pharmacological profile. It's really concerning because in low doses, it's a stimulant. In high doses, it produces sedative opioid-like effects. And as those folks get older and have been using this product for a while, it's about the 30-somethings that we're beginning to lose our people. We've had 9 deaths over the last 2 years related to kratom. Just one here in Laramie County, which was actually an overdose of this product. There are 14 retail outlets in this community alone that sell this product, and it is not regulated in any way right now, targeted towards really our 14 and 15-year-old. And we had testimony the other day that said this actually came out of our rural parts of our state. That's where it became prevalent. And 3 years ago, it was suggested by our administrators in the schools that our education committee take it up. So we're a little bit late to that party, but we've got it here tonight. I hope you'll support it. We've got to do a little bit of work on it as we move it through, but hope you'll support the bill. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, are you ready for the question? All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 56, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 56 is passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 87.
Senate File 87, felony interference with police officer amendments and act relating to crimes and offenses, sponsored by Senator Kolb, referred to committee number 1, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation, voting aye. Senators Krago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson, signed Senator Olson, chairman.
For the reading of the bill, what is your pleasure, Senator Olson?
Madam Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 87 do pass. There is a standing committee amendment, and I'll ask that that be read in.
Senate File 87, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 1.
I will move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 87 and ask for your favorable consideration. So this amendment is really just a cleanup amendment. There was some language put in the bill that is clarifying language, and that same language actually exists in subsection A of the existing statute. So our amendment just mirrors the language in subsection A. This bill is dealing with subsection B. We're just making the language match in the subsections, that's all.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion to adopt the Standing Committee Number 1 to Senate File 87, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Okay, that amendment is passed. Back on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I will turn over the explanation of the bill to the good senator from Sweetwater County.
Senator Kolb?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To my colleagues, this bill matches felony interference with police officer amendments. And what this is doing is if you have a person who is resisting arrest and causes bodily injury to a police officer, it is now going to be considered potentially a felony. This will add that to the list of felonious actions. So that's what it does, basically. There's some language in there that goes back and forth between a couple different sections, but that's the purpose of it. If you're, fighting a police officer and you hurt that police officer, it is now going to be considered a felony. That's what this bill does. I'll stand for any questions, Madam Chairwoman.
Questions for the sponsor on this bill? Okay, I sense that you're ready for the question. All those in favor? Was there somebody standing? Okay. I thought somebody said yeah. All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 87, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 87 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 50. Will the reading clerk read it?
Senate File 50, State Engineer Surface and Groundwater Study, an act relating to water, sponsored by Senator Love, referred to Committee Number 5, which returned a due pass recommendation as amended. Voting aye, Senators Crago, Love, McEwen, Pearson. Voting no, Senator Ide. Signed, Senator Ide, Chairman.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Ide?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 50 do pass, and I turn it over to the sponsor of the bill, Senator Love.
Senator Love.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Can we go ahead and read in the amendment? It'll be hard to talk the bill without the amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Senate File 50, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 10.
Go ahead, Senator.
Very good. So there's a lot of verbiage change through this as we went through the process. I did this with the SEO's office. We had a pretty good draft. As they went through, one of the biggest changes, page 1, line 11, we're going to delete the 2 words on line 11 and put to assess corrective controls underground raw water control areas.
Senator Love, could I have you move the amendment?
Oh, I move Amendment 1 to Senate File 50.
Perfect, go ahead.
Very good. So that just changes the idea, I guess. Originally, one of the things that was being looked at was lot size here. One of the big control areas is the majority of Laramie County. They have a moratorium on all agricultural wells. They also have minimum lot sizes, which is driving rural residential housing costs up considerably. And so one of the things they were wanting to do in here is determine whether those lot sizes can be decreased to try to reduce housing costs, and then stop the sprawl of Cheyenne, which is eating up tremendous amounts of agricultural land. And so in that, though, they wanted to, that is very much a county responsibility to determine lot size. So the SEO wanted to make sure that we were being responsible in our language and made sure that we just went to corrective controls for groundwater. As you move through, it's a bunch of other small wording changes, adding in monitoring as well as testing, adding in modeling as well as mapping. And then the study's supposed to take 2 years. They did ask that we push that date out to 2030, so we didn't have to come back and ask for an extension on time. Beyond that, in the fiscal note, it said there might be additional expenses, and they've now gotten the numbers corrected, and it had a $250,000 appropriation to it. So that is the amendment. The bill itself, with all of those corrections, will effectively allow us to model, map, and study any area that has corrective controls placed on it by the SEO. And there are a few of them throughout the state. We are currently in the largest one in the state. And it's designed to be able to give us better data for counties to make better development information and agriculture wells to maybe start being used here again.
Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, all those in favor of Senator Ide's motion, standing committee, motion number 1 to Senate File 50, please say aye. Aye. Ooh, that was really bold. All those opposed? No? Okay, that motion is passed. We're back on the bill. Anything else, Senator?
Very good. No, the bill stands as it is.
Okay, with that, all those in favor of Senator Ide's motion, that when the Committee of the Whole rises report, that it do so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 50, please say aye. Ooh, that's better. All those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 50 has passed the Committee of the Whole. I think we're coming down the home stretch. We have one more bill, as near as I can tell. Sorry. Senate File 105, will you please read that?
Senate File 105, Real Estate Brokers' Duties and Disclosure Amendments, an act relating to real estate brokers and salespersons, sponsored by Senator Jones, referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a due pass as amended recommendation. Voting aye, Senators Craigo, Crum, Hicks, Colvin, Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Olson?
The Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 105 do pass. And there is a standing committee amendment.
Go ahead.
Senate File 105, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 5.
Thank you. I will move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 105 and ask for your aye vote. So as we worked through this bill and we talked to the stakeholders and we worked with the sponsor, this language that is being added to 33-28-310, we all felt was really unnecessary, and that it kind of muddies the water a little bit and it's a little confusing. So it doesn't really help the bill at all. It's kind of an ancillary issue for the bill. So we decided, let's just delete it, and that will be the safest approach. Take any questions.
Discussion on the amendment. Okay, question's been called on the amendment. All those in favor of Senator Olson's Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to 105, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Ooh, it's a good thing we're down to the last one. Okay, that amendment has passed. Back on the bill, Senator Olson.
Okay, we're very enthusiastic. This is the last bill, guys. All right, I will turn over the explanation of the bill to the other good senator from Sweetwater County.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is just a clarification to Wyoming's real estate licensing statutes. Recent discussions nationally between the National Association of People Who Sell Real Estate and the federal Justice Department have prompted states to review statutory language regarding agency relationships and disclosures. Wyoming has been in full compliance, however, this bill makes two clarifications. First, it updates the statutory definition of customer to more clearly distinguish between a customer and a client in a real estate transaction. Under current law, there can be a confusion between when an individual is considered a client versus a customer, and that distinction determines what duties and disclosures apply. This bill tightens that language so that both licensees and consumers clearly understand the relationship from the outset. Second, and most importantly, it specifies that if the required written disclosure establishing an agency relationship is not signed, then that individual is considered a customer under law. This ensures our statutes clearly reflect how agency relationships are formed and when duties attach. This bill does not expand regulation, it doesn't create new requirements or increase fees. It simply removes ambiguity and aligns statutory language with current practice. I respectfully ask for your support on this bill.
Discussion on the bill. I guess I hear that you're ready for the question. All those in favor of Senator Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises reported, that do so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 105, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 105 has passed Committee of the Whole. And I believe that's all. I'm going to get up and run if she doesn't say something now. Majority Floor Leader. Oh, you need a green light, sorry.
Madam Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay.
Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 69 do pass amended. Senate Joint Resolution 9 do pass. Senate File 81 do pass amended. Senate File 119 do pass. Senate File 95 do pass amended. Senate File 59 do pass amended. Senate File 123 do pass amended. Senate File 22 do pass. Senate File 25 do pass amended. Senate File 35 do pass amended. Senate File 54 do pass. Senate File 55 do pass. Senate File 66 do pass. Senate File 84 do pass amended. Senate File 90 do pass amended. Senate File 26 do pass. Senate File 96 do pass amended. Senate File 85 do pass. Senate File 56 do pass. Senate File 87 do pass amended. Senate File 50 do pass amended. Senate File 105 do pass. Senator Schuler, Barlow, Chairman.
Senator Schuler.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Committee of the Whole report has been adopted. Standing committee reports.
Mr. President, dated February 19th, 2026, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom was referred Joint Resolution 6, Shared Parenting Day, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, voting aye, Senators Crum, Crago, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson, signed Senator Olson, Chairman. Mr. President, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, dated February 19th, 2026, to whom was referred Senate File 99, Prescriptive Easements for Electricity Delivery, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Crago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson, signed Senator Olson, Chairman. Mr. President, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, dated February 19th, 2026, to whom was referred Senate File 116, Surface Water Drainage Utilities, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Craigo, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman. Mr. President, dated February 19th, 2026, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred Senate File 121, Wyoming Pharmacy Act Amendments, respectfully reports the same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Voting aye, Senators Brennan, Crum, Hutchings, Scott, and Steinmetz. Signed, Senator Brennan, Chairman.
Thank you, Tom. Those were the last of the Senate files to come out of committee. Good work, everybody. All right, that clears the desk. Madam Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Friday, February 20th.
All right, are there any announcements? Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, your committee appropriations will meet tomorrow, Friday, February 20th, 2026, upon noon recess in State Capitol Room E202 and online to take up House Bill 34, engrossed firefighter retirement plans, House Bill 35, engrossed firefighters paid leave and hazard pay, House Bill 105, engrossed K-12 school facilities appropriations 2, House Bill 107, engrossed local government distributions.
Thank you, Senator. Any other announcements? Seeing none, you've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.